All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch, Chair of the Select Board. I would like to call this meeting for November 3rd, 2025 to order at 6:32 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. It is being streamed live and recorded. Before we begin, I will state the members of the Select Board who are present in the room. We have Jacob Jones, John Ray, Laura Zeiton, myself, and Mike Tejan will be joining us shortly. So, as always, first on the agenda is public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to offer any public comment at this time? Anyone there? Okay.
I'm going to guess some of the participants. I don't know how they can signal.
See, this is the problem. Are we using?
There is
I thought
raised
we were
hand?
supposed to have-
Someone told me they didn't see a
I don't
raised
know.
hand.
I thought we were supposed to have them all visible.
If,
Chair, can you hear me?
not very well. It's a little garbled.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, but there should be.
They should, their names should be on there. I think he should be bringing them in.
So, Lisa, do you have a public comment?
I do have a public comment. While we're waiting for Aaron to get his voice back. Or do you want
sorry,
to
I
try to
could've
make
done
sure he
that.
can
I'm
talk?
sorry.
All right. Okay, do you want me to go ahead?
Sure, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you for letting me make public comments as often as I do. I'm doing a follow-up. I have a letter on my desk from Mass DOT from September 11th, 2024, that was written by Barry Lorian from the DOT. And at that time, had said that we were going to, in fact, get some RRFB crossing lights at Maple and 20, or Maple and Main. We choose to use Main instead of 20. And that it was going to be done at some point in time. Well, it's been over a year, and I'd like to be able to have a letter sent from the Board of Selectmen asking for follow-up and the time that they would be starting those. There were not just Maple Street as well, there were going to be 4 other locations. And I've had a few people even ask me about this, so I'd like to follow up on that. Could we have something like that done?
Yes, and Lisa, if you could give us all the details in an email, so, you know, we can write a letter. And also, just for the record, it's Lisa Mazzelli, 13 Maple?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, and at some point during the complete streets, I'd like to be able to speak too. So if you don't see my hand up, I'm still going to be on the meeting.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, and I appreciate anyone on the board alerting me to any hands up. Okay, I think there was another public comment? No one else? Okay. All right, well, we also offer public comment at the end of the meeting. Diane, do you see anything there?
There's no hand raised.
No hand raised, okay,
But they're able to unmute, which is different than last time, so I'm not sure what.
yeah.
So,
Okay. All right, well, let's move on to approval of meeting minutes. We have the October 9th and October 20th meeting minutes. Are there any changes or amendments to the October 9th meeting, minutes? Anybody? I'm getting no's.
One set of them, I think my name may have been spelled wrong, my last name. But I forgot to send an email about it.
Okay, we can ask that that be checked.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can just double check, just.
Okay. And October 20th, any changes or amendments there? I have one question for you all. On page 5 of the October 20th, at the top, was it at the top? No, it was about the easement. So I'm sorry, it's page 4. We specifically asked if the water was clean going through there, and we were told that the Conservation Commission had reviewed this and approved. Do you think that that's important to include in this?
I would agree with that, and I do recall being told that.
Everybody okay with that addition?
What oh, okay. Yep.
Okay, so
I see it,
question
5
was asked
barefoot.
about the quality of the water, and we were told that, because I think it's going into wetlands.
Okay.
And there were even more details, maybe not every detail needs to make in the minutes, but there was several details, including some device that would help the sedimentation drop to a certain level, plus some amount of quote-unquote, sunlight exposure before it got to the creek. I don't recall all the details, but there was a discussion about that, including the
Yeah.
points you made.
Okay, all right. All right, then, is there a motion to accept the minutes as received and as amended?
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the meeting minutes of October 9th, 2025, as amended.
We, as amended for
Mike
Mike's.
Spelling?
Okay, great. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of accepting October 9th? Raise your hand. Thank you. Okay, the
Madam
October 20th.
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the meeting minutes of October 20th, 2025, as amended.
Any second?
Second, with the amendments that were given orally by the chair a second ago.
Right. Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll make it clear.
Yeah. Okay, all right then. Done with that. Next, we are on to heavy commercial vehicle exclusion on Lincoln Street and Pleasant Street. To consider acceptance of Mass DOT's approval of the heavy commercial vehicle exclusion for both of those streets. All right, and there will be a possible vote on this. I see Mr. Charpentier in the audience, and are you going to talk to us about this, or?
Oh, I'm happy to, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. At the October 20th meeting of the Select Board, we discussed the heavy commercial vehicle exclusion on Pleasant Street and Lincoln Street. The discussion was on whether we go with a 2.5 ton or 5 ton, in that the state regulations are changing to have 5 ton be their standard across the street. The Select Board indicated that they would prefer to stick with the standards going forward with 5 tons. We conveyed that information to Mass DOT. Mass DOT responded with a draft permit that you see in your Select Board packet. All we need now is for the Select Board to vote to adopt the heavy commercial vehicle exclusion on Lincoln and Pleasant. Once the town clerk certifies that vote, we will send it over to Mass DOT. They'll officially endorse and issue the permit for the truck exclusion and provide us the signs, at which point the signs will be erected by DPW.
Great. Okay, any questions or comments? Hi,
I,
Yeah, I have some.
Mr.
petitions
Brewster,
here.
why don't you come
Signed.
up and introduce yourself?
My name's Robert Brewster. I live on 24 Lincoln Street. And this is part of this truck exclusion that I'd like to see go through, especially, you know, like a 2.5 ton. But if you want to order a 5 ton, that's okay by me. But I just want to get the heavy vehicles and the overweight vehicles off of Lincoln
Just-
Street.
sorry.
You know we have.
I'll just have you speak up at the podium for the
Oh,
mic.
okay.
Just so the people listening can hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've been on Lincoln Street for 34 years. Right, and I've seen a lot of changes in the last 4 years, 5 years, with heavy commercial vehicles. Of course, they're sent there by GPS. I was a trucker for 51 years. I know all about it. You know, we got 2 schools on that street. Now, you take a 50,000 ton vehicle, okay? It's got to make 3 stops by the time he gets to Church Street. Now, he can move on just as quick if he went down Route 20 to Church Street to 290. You got a hill, and you see 53-foot trailers going down that hill. it's not a pleasant sight. And, I mean, I walk that sidewalk just about every day. So you have kids, you got bicycles, you got e-bikes, you got runners, you got walkers, you got elderly. That sidewalk is more commonly used than any other sidewalk in town. And so I would recommend getting that passed and do the 5-ton. I mean, it scares me to see these kids on bicycles. For one, anytime when I drove, I came back from a run, I didn't use Pleasant Street, and especially Pleasant Street, because you got that corner there. And a truck's got to take up the whole road, and that street's not wide enough. So in all practical purposes, I would say, try to get that through.
So you're okay with the 5-ton?
I'm okay with the 5-ton. I know there's going to be some that, basically, it's your construction vehicles, and your 53-footers, your 70-footers. You got hazardous and you got flammables, which I know there are delivery trucks, 6-wheelers that deliver, gas, propane, whatever. That's understandable, but it's these trailers that we got to get off
Okay,
off that road, those 2 streets especially.
thank you very much.
Okay?
So I'm sure the question is going to come up, Scott, signage, and so we're responsible for signage, and what about, like, how is this related to GPS now?
The state provides us with the signs.
Oh, good.
DPW will erect them. It generally takes a year or less for the GPS software to pick up on all these exclusions. Some are more robust than others. In response to the resident whom I've been speaking with for the past probably 18 months, maybe 2 years, I appreciate his diligence and keep an eye on this process. The difference between a 2.5 and 5-ton vehicle is hard to tell from the side of the road. Enforcement is much easier for the police at 5-ton. That's why DOT is moving in that direction. Plus, it follows the standards for the Federal Highway Administration. I would like to provide a quick clarification on the memorandum that's in your packet,
Okay,
if I can.
yes, please.
Under the Pleasant Street line, it says the location from Church Street to Church Street. Alternate route shall be Church Street to West Main. The to West Main should be stricken because that is only applicable to Lincoln. The alternate route for Pleasant Street is Church Street, so that was a carryover from a prior memorandum.
Okay,
It has no bearing on your motion or your vote. I just wanted to make sure it was clear to the board in their packet.
okay, so you're clarifying alternate routes? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. There was a typographical error on the memorandum where it's, if you're looking at it, Pleasant Street is the name of the street. Location is from Church Street to Church Street. That is where the truck exclusion is. And the alternate route shall be Church Street. There is no West Main Street alternate route needed
I
for
see.
Pleasant Street.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for that. Any questions or comments?
I think there's one more possible public commenter online.
Oh, can you
Madam
s-
Chair,
Oh,
I'd like to make a comment.
yes, please.
Lisa Naselli, 13 Maple Street. I apologize, but there again is no hand to raise, so I'm going to have to just jump right in.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions about this. The first question is that there is, I think, a substantial difference from a 2.5-ton to a 5-ton. We put money in, I think $18,000 of ARPA money, to do the information that we had to for a 2.5-ton. And I believe that when it came to the board and asked them if they wanted it, I think it was 2.5-ton, if I'm not mistaken. I'm kind of surprised because I wasn't aware that now the DOT wanted to make them all 5-ton. And I think that because we've been moving forward with this as a 2.5-ton, I think we should stay with that and not raise it to 5. That's, like the other resident says, there's 2 schools there. Now we're doing the RRFBs. We've worked really hard to try to eliminate Lincoln Street from being a cut-through for the trucks. I think anybody who stood out there and ran for public office can attest to the amount of large vehicles going down that road on a regular basis and not slowly. And the difference between a 2.5, if you're looking at it, is that's a general pickup truck, a 2.5 ton, if I'm not mistaken, Scott, right? So anything over a van or larger van, all the way up to the 5 ton, it is a bigger vehicle. It's easy enough to tell because our signs show the smaller van. It's not like an 18-wheeler picture. So I think you've already have been asked to do 2.5 ton, which you agreed to. And this seems like it kind of got changed when it came back from the state. So I would ask more questions about why that happened.
I can provide a response, Madam Chair. So the select board did vote at October 20th for the 5-ton restriction. Mass DOT indicated to us, and this is a quote from DOT in our email prior to the decision to go with 5-ton. The amendment will include trucks with a carrying capacity over 5 tons instead of 2.5 tons for the exclusion. This change is being implemented to help with enforcement, and it aligns with US DOT vehicle classifications. Vehicles with a weight of 5 tons are classified as Class 3 vehicles and require a DOT number to be prominently displayed on the side of the vehicle, making it easier for enforcement. And as the resident just indicated, Lisa, a regular pickup truck is 2.5 tons, and they don't display a DOT placard. It makes it much easier for enforcement for the police department to stay with the 5-ton. It does not amend any of the currently adopted 2.5 ton exclusions. Those are permitted and enforceable in place. It would just be a 5-ton for this one and the other ones going forward if when the regulation comes through.
Can I just ask a second question? You said that you agreed to a 5-ton when you put that before the select board this last time? Or did it?
At the October 20th meeting, Madam Chair, the select board voted to request the 5-ton truck exclusion. I conveyed that information to Mass DOT on the 21st and then provided the attached packet memorandum on the same day.
Any questions from the board? Yeah, Jacob.
Just a quick one. So this seems pretty easy to support, but for my clarification, I think Mr. Charpentier read something, and I might have gotten confused because I thought he said something about carrying capacity. This is 5 tons gross vehicle weight, not carrying capacity, or am I totally confused about that? Is it
No,
gross?
you're correct. It's GVW,
Okay.
gross vehicle weight.
Okay, yeah.
So it includes the vehicle as well as the carrying capacity.
Right, okay,
So
okay. That's what
my truck rolling down the road is just under 2.5 tons. I put some mulch in the back and I'm over.
Yeah, well, I mean, because there's, I think, Chevy Suburbans and some other common family vehicles that larger families use are over 2.5 tons vehicle weight. And then you put passengers in them and you're definitely over 2.5 tons, but I'm for the 5-ton.
Okay. Anybody else?
No,
All
I'm
right.
I'm looking forward to this being put into action.
Scott, by any slight chance, do you know, do we have fines? Like if a 6-ton vehicle tries to go down and they're stopped, do we have any fines on that?
Yeah, it's a traffic violation. It's a police enforcement issue. Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yep, and it makes it much easier for them to enforce, the police department.
All right. All right. Is there any other comments, questions? Jacob?
Could I move?
Is there a motion then?
Yeah, I move that the board vote to adopt the heavy commercial vehicle exclusion for Lincoln Street and Pleasant Street, excluding vehicles over 5-ton gross vehicle weight as presented with the modification that Mr. Charpentier made.
Second? I'm sorry, did you
Motion
second
made
it?
by Jacob, seconded by Laura. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, this passes unanimously. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
Scott?
All right, next. Mr. Little. is to discuss the transfer of the remaining bond premium as outlined in your memorandum, discussion and possible vote. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for your attention. Hopefully everyone had a chance to read the memo that's included in the packet. It seems kind of anticlimactic to go through all the information in this memo. It's talking about, we received $1 million premium on our bond when we issued it this past May. As detailed in the memo, the rules are under municipal finance law that the bonds have to be resized when we get a sizable premium. In the past, prior to municipal modernization back in 2016 and up to the most recent iteration of the laws surrounding public debt, the premiums used to be a revenue source, and now they're required to resize the bond, meaning that the principal amount that we've borrowed, the face value of the bond, has been reduced by the amount of the premium, which in the end drives up the interest cost over the life of the debt. So rather than paying this as increased interest, our principal is reduced, and the remaining amount of this premium is used to pay the issuance costs. And the issuance costs are not insignificant on a bond the size of $35 million. They're $185,000. And some of those issuance costs, when we go out to issue the bond, we didn't budget for these issuance costs because of the immensity of them. It's routine for cities and towns to ask for a premium in order to pay the issuance costs, and that's just normal practice of doing business and issuing public debt. Which means we were left with, because there are estimates for these issuance costs, we were left with $6,514.15. And under the current set of laws, under the most recent iteration of the law, we are required to bring this to the board in order to clear this last remaining amount. And what we would do is use this, transfer it into the general fund to pay the debt. And I'm happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Questions from the board? Comments? What is an issuance cost? What does it go to?
Basically, the closing costs for the debt. So within that, we pay bond counsel, we pay our financial advisor that took the bond to market. We pay for a printer for the prospectuses that get printed as part of the bond issue. And then the other thing, we pay a fee to U.S. Bank, who's the paying agent. So we pay U.S. Bank, and they pay the bondholder.
Okay. All right. All right. Is there a motion then to accept?
Madam Chair, I move that bond sale premium in the amount of $6,514.15 remaining from the sale of the town's $35,195,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2025 bonds dated May 6, 2025, shall be transferred to the debt service budget for the current fiscal year in accordance with GLC 4420.
Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Mike. All those in favor, raise your hands, please. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay. All right.
Everyone is waiting to see what would happen before 20 there. Like, what was
It's
that? What was
section,
that
right?
symbol?
Section
Okay.
20, yeah.
I erred on the side of saying nothing.
If you really want to know, the GL is general laws, the C is chapter, and that's the section sign.
No, this section sign is the one that was purposely omitted in my motion.
We got that language from bond counsel. Didn't want to change too much.
Perfect.
No, it's,
Well, I would sometimes appreciate phonetically spelled motions. Second John's point.
Another duty for Angie. She already helps us out enough. Okay, all right. All right, next is the Blake Pier Streetscape Improvement Project. So this is a continued discussion from last time when we had some questions and wanted to see more documentation on the Complete Streets grant. Is Lori going to be here, or?
She should be.
Yeah, she should be. Oh, you know what's so funny? I said you probably won't go on until 7. Oops, 6:57. Let's see, Lori. Okay, you're on. Of course, I spelled you wrong, so now I have to correct it because it drives me crazy. Okay.
Okay, and everyone has new pictures of the Pocket Park and,
These were my notes because Julian and I walked out there and I just wanted to make sure everyone knew where they were according to the pictures.
yeah, this is much clearer because it's
Yeah.
got less.
It's unfortunate that 250 grand doesn't get you actually a better representation of what it would look like, and it does something that my high schooler could do.
There were several more of these, but.
It would be cool if it looked like it was gonna look.
Oh, you mean on this part?
Yeah, show
Yeah.
Cumberland, show the real building, not this little white thing that doesn't exist. I
Oh,
mean,
wait, did you get the other ones I sent though? Those are more,
Yeah,
It
Oh, I
it
don't know
looks
where mine are,
like,
but-
I don't know.
yeah, like the renditions of the,
nice. The park's pretty clear. Just for West Main's not a white blank building.
I
and
know.
Commonwealth Farms does exist, and
Yes.
there's a bunch of railroad ties. There's 12 of them now that are stacked up on the side. This doesn't really do it justice.
Well, it's definitely not accurate, is it? Okay. All right, so, Lori, would you like to start?
Sure.
You did provide us with, okay.
So the way we left it off a couple of weeks ago is you folks had asked me for some detailed information about the cost estimate, which I provided to you via email. There was also quite a bit of discussion about Maple Street and your desire to complete that sidewalk on Maple Street. So I forwarded to you a bunch of information about the Safe Routes to School grant application. And I think that that would be a perfect fit for for Maple Street. The average award is in the realm of $2 to $3 million. And I understand that the cost estimate for sidewalk construction on Maple Street is in the realm of $826,000, which of course is much more than the Complete Streets program offers. It's capped at $500,000. So I think that the Maple Street sidewalk would be a fantastic fit for that Safe Routes grant. Unfortunately, this year's round was due 2 weeks ago, so we missed this year's round. However, we would have ample time to put together a stellar grant application. Of course, we'd have to work with the schools. They would be our partner on that grant application. But we have ample time to put something together for the next grant round, which would be due in October of 2026. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you folks might have at this point about the material that I forwarded to you.
Any questions from the board? Lori, I just have a question. So you sent us your whole application, and a lot of it is combined with the rest of the Blake Street project. So how does that work if, unfortunately, it wouldn't get, CPC funding or something like that?
It would be a
doesn't matter?
standalone project.
Okay.
So what we could go forward with, if that's your preference, is we could just go forward with the Blake Street and the Pierce Street project this spring. So we could just tell the vendor, of course, the Beta Group, that we need to get those street lights working as a standalone project. So the electrical cabinet for those streetlights would have to be provided on the west side of Blake Street. And then if the project is successful at town meeting in the spring, then that project could go forward independently on the east side of Blake Street in 2027.
Okay, but your start date for the Complete Streets, using the Complete Streets grants would be this spring?
Correct.
Okay.
So ideally, we would go out to bid in January because that's when you get the most competitive pricing. And then we'd be under contract in March. And hopefully, weather permitting, they would be ready to start work in April.
I do want to, just one note on the Maple Street, because I do want to obviously have discussion in hand. From a planning perspective, how do we miss the October 27th date?
17th, I think. it said.
October 17th? How are we not in front of that as we've had the design work, a good portion of it done? How do we make some of those dates in order to take advantage of some of the grant opportunity out there?
Well, I've been completely out of the loop with the Maple Street project, so I haven't been involved with it, but I would be happy to work with Scott Charpentier, the DPW director, and the school. It's my understanding that the school's been kind of taking the lead on that project. So if I heard loud and clear that that's a huge priority of the select board, so I'd be happy to work with those parties to make sure that we're good to go for October 2026. And then the grant awards are usually made in March. So it is conceivable that we'd be ready to start construction as early as the summer of 27.
I can,
But Scott
I
can
can,
speak more to it.
I can speak to a little bit about the schedule on Maple Street. The project is 50% designed. I received the construction cost estimate today. Haven't gone through it for comments yet. It needs to be environmentally permitted first. So we have to go through the Conservation Commission and before we would apply for the grant, because the project needs to be shovel-ready before it goes in for construction funding. The Conservation Commission meets once a month. My expectation is that we'd be in front of them either in their December meeting, which is coming up soon, or January to have the permitting process complete by late winter, early spring, at which point we can complete the design, get it to 90%, which is everything at the end of design development. The only thing it would be missing would be the front-end bid specs, at which point it would be prepared for the grant application. So we're not at that design level yet for the grant.
Scott, I have a question about, is the sidewalk going to have, the grassy strip between the road and the sidewalk? Or is it going to be adjacent to the road?
Directly adjacent to the road with granite curbing, asphalt sidewalk.
Granite curbing, that's great. Okay. All right. So Scott will take the lead on the Safe Routes to School grant, apparently. You're already working
I'll
on
work
it.
with the schools. I'll reach out to Greg, the superintendent, and Keith, one of the assistant superintendents. But there's also a crossing of the aqueduct, so there's a level of coordination with the MWRA when it comes to access. They need to get a vehicle through the gate on the sidewalk side, so there's a bit of coordination that needs to occur beyond just the Conservation Commission.
Okay. Mike, you're on the school, the Peasley School
Yes.
renovation. Have
Yeah, so
we
I'm-
talked about this at all?
Well, not in that detail, so I did make them aware that, sidewalk construction on Maple Street is a priority. The Peasley, whatever it is, renovation, construction, whatever that ends up being, is sort of a ways away. So they were made aware that, we have a design and we're running through it. If we can get a grant, I don't know if I'd want to hold up and put the brakes on. sidewalk on Maple Street waiting for a Peasley project.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it would sort of clash necessarily. So yeah, I don't think there's a reason to sort of hold it up for a number of more years for a possible renovation or new school building. I did, as the liaison to the K-8 school committee, I did forward, and thank you for the details in it, Lori, that email to the chairman of the school committee, along with Greg and Keith Lavoy. So they're aware of those details, and hopefully we can partner with our school department to maybe, get the ball down the field and get this done, so,
Be great.
yeah.
I should comment that we got one email asking for the Complete Streets grant money to be diverted to Maple Street, and we got one email saying that we should use it for Blake Street. So I think what I'm hearing tonight is that we're gonna get both projects, maybe.
Can I ask a quick question? I know it's not the item exactly, but since we're talking about the Maple Street timeline, is there any point along the design timeline where interested members of the public could chime in with, to the extent there's anything that they could have input on? I don't know about traffic calming measures or anything that could be scoped in it or not that people are concerned about. I'm not saying I have anything particular in mind, but is there any opportunity for interested folks to chime in before the design is finalized? Or could we make one, possibly?
We can certainly have public input, public charrette, or put it on a meeting agenda. It's going to be on the Conservation Commission agenda, and it's a public hearing. The abutters will be notified, and there will be an advertisement. That meeting, though, is focused specifically on the Wetland Protection Act. So residents and abutters that are kind of near Harris and Maple Lane would be speaking a bit out of turn because it has nothing to do with the Wetland Protection Act when you're in that segment of Maple Street. But if it's the board's desire to have more public outreach, we're happy to. I mean, I'll set up in front of Peasley School with some boards, and after when people are on their way home from work, and talk to them. I mean, whatever pleases the board.
No, I'm just wondering, I just think it would be a good idea, and I'm sorry to sidetrack off of the actual agenda item here. I just think some public input on that design, since we're at 50 now, and we're going to be getting to 90 over the next some number of months, some input from the public at some meeting would be a good idea if we could look into that, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of speaking to my heart because I'm very much in favor of, the safety strip, the grassy strip between, sometimes it just is not going to work, but, yeah. And maybe a wider sidewalk there than is absolutely required, because there will be bicyclists. But that's for, if we do have some kind of information session, I think that's a great idea. Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I may, just to continue on what I was saying before, we do have a Peasley School Committee meeting tomorrow.
Oh.
So I'll make sure to bring this up and say what the timeline could be, just to double check and make sure that there's no concerns from any committee members about any possible overlap issue with a Peasley project and this, right? So
Great.
we'll make sure of that. And then, yeah, so, and to answer the question that came through email, right, with the Complete Streets grant, right, it's for Blake and Pierce, right? Even if we wanted to redirect funds to Maple, we can't do that. We would have to reject
Correct.
all or a piece of this and then reapply, hoping that we would get some approval later, which I'm not usually one to look the state gift horse in the mouth, right, if they want to give us funds to construct some sidewalk. Oh, go ahead, Lori.
Yeah, that's correct. I think when you look at the project description, you'll see that the Safe Routes to School is a better fit for the Maple Street project than the Complete Streets program, which is more focused on village centers and town centers. So I think it would be much more competitive project under the Safe Routes program. And the awesome thing is that the grant award is far higher under the Safe Routes to School than it is under the Complete Streets program. And of course, we're already, eligible for that funding because we're a Complete Streets community. We are MBTA compliant. We also have been participating in the Safe Routes to School program for a number of years. So I really think that we would be very competitive, and maybe there'd even be the possibility to expand the sidewalk that's currently proposed, because that grant is an engineering and construction grant. So if there was a desire to expand the sidewalk above and beyond what the ARPA funds will pay for, then we could ask for the expansion. So the fact that it's already engineered, I think would be a huge feather in the cap. And then if we ask for additional engineering money, I think that that would just make an even better project than what we have conceived of so far.
Okay. All right, it looks like someone has joined us, and I know that Lisa Maselli said she wanted to comment on this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I've got a couple of things that I want to talk about. I'm very happy to hear there's greater support now for the Maple Street sidewalk. I have a petition, a resident's petition with 79 names on it that came in last year. I don't know what the petition was for the reconstruction downtown, but I think Maple Street has been a request for more than 20 years to get that sidewalk completed. It looks like it was September 9th, 2024, in some minutes that I have in my old records. It said, Mr. Charpentier discussed the next request, which was for sidewalk improvements. Locations were identified in the downtown area as well as targeted projects that included Allen and Maple Street. Allen from East Main to Bridge, Maple from Ridge to Bartlett. So there was talk back in 24 that we wanted to do Maple Street, and I'm pretty sure the board has always been in support of that. The concern I have is that I still don't believe that what's proposed for the Blake Street is a worthwhile expenditure of money and effort. At the point that we started to do Complete Streets in 2021 and 2020, actually, one of the slides that I have says sidewalk repair phase, and this was, I think, done probably by the DPW. It says in late 20, early 21, as a part of its ongoing roadway assist management program, the town had all sidewalks and pedestrian curb ramps along town roads inventoried and assessed. In February of 22, the town received a Mass DOT Complete Streets grant for $35,200 to create a comprehensive plan to prioritize improvements, identify gaps and needs for new sidewalks, determine compliance with requirements and guidelines from Americans with Disability Act and Pedestrians Right-of-Way accessibility guidelines, and for the development of a Complete Streets grants projects. Repairs and expansions of sidewalks is the Master Plan Implementation Committee's #2 priority. This request seeks the first phase of funding to begin repairing the current backlog of sidewalk improvements estimated to be $1,532,000. So at that time, we were looking to do sidewalk improvements, and that's what Complete Streets was at the time we were doing this, for sidewalks and new sidewalks and that sort of connectivity. And when I look at Blake Street, and it's changed a few times since its original ask, now we're asking for lights on the west side, and on the west side of Blake Street are 3 big telephone poles and 3 big light sources already. In most areas with that amount of street, which is relatively short, don't have the enjoyment of that much lighting. So now you're asking to keep those lights there, and you're going to add street lights beneath it. So I think that that's a little bit of an overkill. And I noticed taking a walk down there that a new sidewalk has already been put in by the owner of the apartment building. So it goes on Blake Street and bends around to Pierce Street. He's done that. He's done his parking lot over. He's put in an area for his waste receptacle. And you would be ripping up some of the work that he's just spent his money on to do that. And I don't understand why that's not a consideration, that if you had talked with him and known that was going to happen, I don't think he would have done it. I mean, that's a lot of money for him to expend, only to find out that it was going to be ripped up and redone. And some of the other things that are being brought forward, like we went from one water park, I don't know what you call those right now, to 3. Why did we go from 1 to 3? They're going to have to be maintained. I think that that's crazy to even have 1, now 3 is being put in, and I think, again, that's an overkill. And I'm just disappointed that when town meeting says this is a want and not a need, and we're not willing to spend the money on it, that it should have stopped at that, and we should have looked at other ways that we could have used the money than to keep pushing and pushing and pushing for something that's been moved and changed, and I still don't believe it's going to be a great asset for us when we have monies that are going to be really needed in the next couple of years, because we're going to be in some sort of a Proposition 2.5 override. So I think those things ought to be considered before agreeing to tonight's request. Thank you for listening.
So I guess we need clarification that our town staff, specifically, I guess, Lori, you are 100% sure that if we diverted this Complete Streets, if we wanted to divert the money, we couldn't?
You're on mute, Lori.
Lori, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So we were awarded funds, so we submitted 2 projects. One was the Pierce Street project, the other was the Blake Street project. So the money would have to be spent on Pierce Street and Blake Street. That's what the money was awarded for. If you didn't want to use the money for Pierce Street and Blake Street, then we would have to decline the money, and then we'd have to submit a brand new project. Now, as far as Blake Street is concerned, I just wanted to remind you that originally we had been awarded 10 LED streetlights because we were hoping to get the MVP grant and the town appropriation at town meeting. So I specifically asked Mass DOT if instead of doing the 10 LED streetlights, if we could do 4 LED streetlights, and then the understanding is we have to demolish the sidewalk in order to do the streetlights because the conduit goes underneath the sidewalk. So I said, in exchange for reducing the number of streetlights from 10 to 4, could we then use the money from those 6 LED streetlights to do concrete sidewalk with the monolithic concrete curb? So they preliminarily agreed to that change in scope because it would be used on Blake Street, and so they don't view that as a huge deviation from the award. If you wanted to use that money for something else on Blake Street, then I think they might be open to that as long as it was consistent with their priorities, which I forwarded to you via email. But the project was awarded for Blake Street, and Mass DOT really likes the project, so much so that a private consultant has reached out to me because they want to study the impacts on the local economy of doing the project. So they plan to collect data before the project's done, and then after the project's done, to measure whether the Complete Streets project has impacted the success of the corridor. So they're specifically interested in that because it's a downtown area that has been plagued by commercial vacancies. So as you know, 4 West Main Street is largely vacant, and then we do have some additional commercial vacancies on Blake Street.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Lori, did you specifically ask if we could use those funds for one of the other 25 streets that we identified, because, or if it was required to use for Blake Street and Pierce Street?
So my understanding of grant programs is they fund projects that you apply for. So we applied for the Blake Street project and the Pierce Street project. So I did not ask them that question, but that would be highly unusual given my 25 years of experience working with grants.
I concur
So
with that.
if we wanted the money for South Main Street, we'd have to apply for South Main Street. It would be a different application than what I submitted.
I
So
think we
they-
understand that part.
You know, they've seen the engineering drawings for Blake Street and they saw them for Pierce Street. I submitted nothing for South Main Street because we didn't have an engineer project, and they only fund shovel-ready projects. And nor did anybody tell me that they wanted to use the money for South Main Street when I applied back in April of last year.
Well, you know, I think that things have been changing over the course. You know, town meeting didn't want to fund it, and so I think that's where the questions are. Can we use this money elsewhere? If I don't know if that's how you're all interpreting this, but we have another comment here.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Lori, just, I know you had sent this through email and answered a couple of questions, but if you could just confirm for me, out of the 498, how much of it roughly is Pierce and how much roughly is Blake?
So 260,000 is Pierce and 240,000 is Blake.
Okay,
Of course, you know, subtract 1,000.
right, okay. And then out of the 240, roughly, I think you said, and well, I don't want to misquote you, how much about was the street light versus the sidewalk?
If I remember, 60,000 was streetlights and the balance was sidewalk.
Okay. So again, my understanding is the only other sort of shovel-ready sidewalk that these funds, if they could be reallocated, which our understanding, and I trust Lori and Stephanie's judgment and on this, is that the money can't be diverted, is South Street, which would be a redo of that sidewalk because it's shovel-ready. But we can't because it's not part of the ask in the grant for Blake and Pierce. So,
And I can't imagine you'll be able to do that project for $60,000.
well, right, yeah, well, even if you said, okay, we won't do Blake, but we'll do Pierce, right, we couldn't it's not like they'll let us reallocate that money as we've discussed. And then with the LED lampposts, you're tearing up the sidewalk, so you're there anyway. That kind of makes sense to me. Are the current streetlights, are those to remain with the new LED lampposts?
Yeah, so right now there's only 2 LED streetlights. I'm sorry, 2 Cobra heads, so the old-fashioned style streetlights, not very energy efficient. They are mounted to existing telephone poles. So there are only 2 streetlights on the west side of Blake Street. There is another streetlight on the east side of Blake Street, but it is immediately adjacent to the Fatouche restaurant. So it's lighting the Fatouche restaurant's parking lot.
Okay, and those 2 existing older style streetlights should be slated to be replaced with LED per the ARPA project that the board previously funded, right?
Scott may be able to speak to that.
Yeah, that's correct. The LED streetlight conversion contractor is scheduled to start the town-wide work early December, late November, and hopefully be complete mid-late January, depending on weather, obviously. But yes, those will be converted to current LED streetlights.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at the diagram, the new concrete sidewalk would stop sort of, right, it doesn't go up to 4 West Main or abut that, it's not on that property or abutted it. It stops well before where there's an access for like the little parking area.
Yep.
That's right behind 4 West Main. So there's
That's
not,
correct.
so there's not.
It would
oh, go ahead.
only replace the asphalt sidewalk. So the asphalt sidewalk along a good portion of an extent is flush with Blake Street. So you can't put parallel parking there because there's no difference in grade between the asphalt sidewalk and Blake Street. So it wouldn't be safe to put it there. And also there'd be an extreme risk of hitting the telephone poles if you have parallel parking there. Whereas the new design has 6-inch curb, vertical curb, as well as concrete sidewalks. So then we can accommodate the on-street parking
Okay.
if we do the new sidewalk.
And that was going to be my next question, so thank you, is with this new sidewalk, with the way it's designed with the high curb, we could mark the road for the parking.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Question,
Yes,
oh, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I can jump in.
That's fine.
Sure. Hi,
Oh,
could you
great,
just introduce
great.
yourself, please?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is John Bourgeois, 52 Washburn Street in Northborough. First, I just want to thank Lori for all the work she's done over the last couple of years. I've participated in a number of the subcommittees associated with the fire station, town development projects that Lori's headed up and others. And, I've been here myself in town since 1976. My family's been here since 1948. So, I really do think it's time, as a town, we make this move. And I, obviously, understanding that the money could be allocated elsewhere, used other places, maybe more important in terms of town development. But I really think that this project needs to be moved forward. And the reason I say that is because I've heard Lori talk about her past experience, and I think it was in Millbury. You start making small impacts to the town, and town businesses suddenly want to get involved. They want to add awnings, they want to, spruce up their sidewalks, they want to start a new business, etc. That's what we need in this town. This town is just so stagnant, and it's been sad to watch this for years and years and years. We have a lot of vacancies in town. We need to move forward. And we really need to, as a town, work harder to develop the downtown area to attract more people. We can't continue to be in this position where we can't attract businesses. They don't want to come here because there's no downtown. It's not vibrant. It's not, unfortunately, like Hudson and Westboro, where you have that skeleton, that infrastructure in downtown, the brick buildings, where it makes it real easy to revitalize it. But again, I think we need to move forward with this and stop saying no and just say yes. So just my 2 cents. Again, Lori, thank you for all the hard work.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much for commenting. Okay, Jacob, you wanted to say something?
Had one sort of detail-related question on the cost. So I think for the Pierce Street portion, there's a cost estimate for a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Thank you, by the way, for providing us all this detail. I'm looking on that, and it shows the estimated cost, and it's AC powered, so I guess it's not solar powered. It'll be tied into power, I assume. That's what that means. And it's saying 25,000 is the estimate there. I'm wondering how that matches up with why we're getting quotes for RRFB installation only for 30,000 in other places when we're being provided the product, which is probably 10,000 in and of itself. In other words, here we're getting the product and installation for 25,000, but we're being quoted elsewhere 30,000 for just the installation. Is anyone able to help me with that?
I can respond to that without having the details that you have in front of you, Mr. Selectman. The work associated with the RFPs with the state, that includes the installation, the wheelchair ramp, the flat work, the curbing, the transition from the concrete work to the asphalt, patching of the roadway. So all those items that I just outlined are itemized separately in the construction cost estimate. Typically, I haven't seen the estimate in that level of detail. I have it, I just haven't looked at it like that, but generally, your RFP materials and installation is just that, and the ancillary requirements around it, handicap accessible wheelchair ramps, granite curbing, tactile warning strips, asphalt, are separate unit prices within the estimate.
So I guess
Yes, that is the way it's quoted in the Beta Group's estimate. So if you look at that estimate, you'll see that they itemize things separately. They call out those items separately.
In addition, the AC connection is a bit more expensive. You have to connect up to one of the adjacent poles with underground conduit, often requiring either meter or a flat rate with the energy provider. So there's quite a bit more work associated with that than what our more lump sum version was.
Okay, thank you. Another question, I watched the planning board meeting of a few days ago, and it sounded like for the other project, there's some additional costs, and if I was listening correctly, they relate to flagging and things that are necessary because of the proximity to the train rail. Do we think that those additional costs might affect these two proposed projects? And if so, how much do you think? I guess a different way of phrasing the question, that's one concern I have, but what happens if this thing ends up costing more than the grant amount?
Well, of course, you never know what the real cost is going to be until you go out to bid. So right now, we're working on a cost estimate. And it is possible that when we go out to bid, the pricing will come out, the actual pricing will be less than this, it'll be more than this, or it'll be on target with this. So we will just adjust accordingly. So maybe if it comes out more, we will scale back certain items. If it comes out less, then how fabulous is that? We'll end up saving some money, and maybe we could, so the ADA ramp on Blake Street that's on the west side of Blake Street, there is a new crosswalk that's proposed, and we were envisioning that we would do the ADA ramp on the west side of Blake. So this is where there is existing concrete sidewalk that we weren't planning on replacing, but we would have to do a new ADA ramp. So if we end up with extra money, then we can put that expense on the Mass DOT grant instead of absorbing it as part of the CPA project. If we end up being over budget, then we'll just have to adjust. We'll have to discuss alternatives in the field, see what we can do. But that's usually a conversation that takes place with whoever is the lowest qualified bidder. And of course, they're in the construction business, so they usually have some great ideas, like maybe we could go with a less expensive streetlight and save some money there, or, make some modifications in other ways that will not significantly impact the project. So that's pretty common. Scott's very much aware of that process as well as I am.
Specifically on the flagging, do we think that's going to be a pretty big added cost for these two parts these two projects?
It won't be a problem for the Blake Street project because all of the improvements are on the west side of Blake Street, so they're far enough away from the railroad tracks where there won't be an impact. It will be an impact on the Pierce Street project, but we've already included a 20% contingency as well as ample money to cover the flagging and the police details.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Chair, just some clarifying questions, because I haven't been along for this whole journey since I've been on the select board. When did we apply for this grant?
It was a few days before town meeting. And the
So-
reason
yeah.
being that the application was due on May 1st, and I never like to leave a submittal to the last minute because of the risk of illness or some sort of horrific storm, or I'm a big believer in Murphy's Law, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. So whenever possible, I always apply a few days in advance. So I can't remember the exact date that I applied,
No,
but it
that's
was a
fine.
few days in advance of the deadline, the May 1st deadline.
And so, with that, did you also provide the prioritization plan? Or was it just specifically for these two streets when you applied for the grant?
So the prioritization plan was done in 2022,
Yep.
so a couple of years in advance of applying for this grant.
Was it part of the grant application at all?
Yes.
It was.
So the only eligible projects that you can apply for are projects that appear on the Complete Streets grant. So if you were to look at the prioritization plan, you will see that the only thing that was included for Blake Street was the LED streetlights and the parks improvements. I was really surprised when I saw that because I could have sworn that we asked for sidewalks. So the only thing that I could apply, my only options for Blake Street were LED streetlights and parks improvements. So I opted to apply for the LED streetlights.
And so we applied for the grant prior to town meeting. We provided the prioritization plan. And it's my and so new information happened since. It got voted down at town meeting, it did not pass, which was not probably contemplated when we did this. I think Mitch did his best one more time to try to get to pass again. And I guess my question is, when looking at some of the language here, that it looks like if you document the reason for change, if there's higher benefit sidewalk segments, there could be the potential, like this is an unusual situation on Complete Streets where you have a prioritization plan, you apply for the grant, the town does not support the two that you prioritize, but you have a prioritization plan that with good rationale, you can re-engage and ask, and I'm a big fan of just asking, I'm not, just to get more information, but I do think there's an avenue just to present that fact pattern in an objective way. And Lori, from like you're clearly an advocate for this project, I would argue to position it in a very objective way, as you weren't an advocate to this project, but something that just said, hey, here's the facts, could we do this and get a response back, I think would be something I'd be interested in exploring.
So first of all, the marching orders that I received from the Board of Selectmen in 2023, I believe, was that they wanted to proceed with this project. And they allocated $250,000 in ARPA funds to design this project. Yes, I understand that town meeting did not approve the free cash appropriation of $715,000, but that was not indication to me that the select board was against this project because the select board authorized me to apply for the Complete Streets grant as well as the MVP grant. So that happened, I believe, in the month of February or March of 2025. So I went forward with these projects with the blessing of the select board at the time. And of course, as you know, town meeting, when the funding, the free cash funding, that occurred on, let's see, what was it? 30 days, half September, April 30th. That occurred at, like 8 o'clock at night on April 30th. And the deadline for the Complete Streets grant was the next day. And the Complete Streets grant only covers shovel-ready projects. And to my knowledge, there was no shovel-ready project that was ready to go. So there would have been no other project that I would have submitted.
Yeah, and again, I hate to interrupt, but Lori, that's a perfect summation of the meeting, the last town meeting. I was there. And you're right, the money was, the town did not want to spend the money, but it wasn't an indication that the project, that they were against the project. That's not what I took away from that meeting. I think everybody was in favor of the project. It was just a money issue at the time, using that free cash flow. So I totally agree with your summation in terms of the town not wanting to move forward with the project. I think they did. It was just a money issue at the time.
We have
Madam-
a comment from the board. Mike?
Yeah, no, and Laura, you kind of touched on it, and I was just trying to clarify my understanding of kind of how we got here, is during the discussion about sort of where to deploy the Complete Streets grant, the other shovel-ready projects we had hit with ARPA funds, right? We did Allen, we did Gale. We can't use this, couldn't use this money towards Maple because it wasn't done. Other street projects have no completion as far as any feasibility or design work or anything like that. So it was, the only other project could have been South Street. So, yeah, I think there was some limit as to where the funds could be deployed.
I think that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
They're making the point I'm trying to make, that you have South Street that's shovel-ready. You've got our number 1 and number 12 project commingled together in something that didn't pass the town meeting. So could you, and this, I really would, working with town staff, really appreciate the could you mentality. Could you go and position something in the way I described and just get feedback? So not saying like so just seeking to understand. That's kind of that was you got to the basis of what I was trying to understand.
But this was, all of these plans were done for this project. They're not just, we're not just going to say, oh, we have something cool going on South Street. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to give you $500,000 for that. There's a lot of work that went into it. They have to evaluate, and it was a very competitive grant. So you can't just, say, can we take this $500,000 and move it to a different street? There's no way. I'm actually surprised that they allowed her to get rid of some of the lights and, go with the sidewalk and the 4 LEDs, because usually they're very, very strict because it's a detailed grant. You're competing with so many other different municipalities, so.
Sorry.
I just want to make the point. If you think of it in a big picture, from, starting from Blake Street, we have 4 West Main that will be coming onto the market. We have the existing fire station. We have the new fire station. So I think it might help us to get one area of town looking better, dangling the carrot for people to come in, attaching to Main Street and working our way up. I think economically, we're positioned in a good way. And I do feel like it all came down to money at town meeting. The constituents said, no, we don't want to spend $750,000. Well, this is a grant. It's money being offered to us in order to start a project. And
I just want to clarify something. Scott, if you're still there, is South Street designed?
You're on mute.
Yep, I'm sorry, my, got a bunch of pop-ups going. Yes, it is. We received, design funds through ARPA for South, Gale, Monroe, Allen. And South Street is, design, cost estimate is prepared. The decision was to not go forward with construction of it. The select board chose not to, so we never solicited final construction pricing from the general contractor that we have under contract now, who's been doing the current workload. So yes, it would be ready to go. The cost estimate was 161 with ductwork and handholds, and approximately 100,000 without them. So call it, $100,000 for South Street from Gale up to West Main, new granite curbing, new cement concrete, and mill and overlay the roadway.
So we only approved that part. What about the whole part that goes down to Ellsworth McAfee? That's,
No, that was never part of the consideration. The only thing on the, and Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, I may be speaking out of turn, but the only thing on the prioritization plan for that segment of South Street was shared use lane, sharrows, bicycle accommodations and the like. There was not an application, or there was not a prioritization to do sidewalk replacement throughout that length.
okay. All right, thank you. All right,
You're welcome.
Jacob.
Few points, Madam Chair. Came today kind of really on the fence on this one because I am hearing very much the enthusiasm in taking state money, which is our money, but it's always fun to spend money that we perceive as someone else's money. And these improvements would be great. There's no doubt about that. But I'm also thinking about it from a priorities standpoint. One thing that hasn't been mentioned in the exchange that just happened, even if South Street hadn't been designed, which we were just told is designed, has been designed in this period, we could have just delayed for a year, designed whatever the heck we need to design, and then do it next year. But by taking it this year, we are off the table for 4 years. So that's an option no one has even mentioned here, as if the one thing in the way was a design for another project on our prioritization list, which it sounds like that wasn't the issue. But if it were an issue, an option could have been, let's hold, figure out where our designs are lining up, figure out where other funding sources are lining up, and then attack with a concentrated plan with this money where everyone wants it to go. I can't get away from 145 no's to 67 yeses. I highly suspect that everyone that I'm hearing, and we've heard in these hearings that are telling us why we need to support this, probably were in the 67 yeses. And not the 145 no's. And I'm not very receptive to the speculation of why they voted 145, I'm going to keep saying that, to 67. That's a blowout. Because of 3 or 4 comments on the floor, and I'm not trying to minimize those comments, but no one has asked the 145 no's, why did you vote no? And so hypothesizing about, oh, it's because of the funding source, we can't say that. That's pure speculation, and it's speculation given by mostly people in the 67s who wish they'd have won. I could use that same logic to say, well, and I'm not, this is just a metaphor here, the fire station passed fairly overwhelmingly. I would argue that there was some incorrect information that the town got about contamination. And maybe in my mind, I could say, well, if the people had had the correct information about the contamination, maybe a lot of the people who voted yes would have voted no. So in my mind, I'm just going to say that they voted no. we would say that's a ridiculous way of thinking, because it is. But that's the same way of thinking that we're using to justify this 145 to 67 by saying, here's all the reasons why we wanted that to be treated as a yes. And we're going to accept in our mind with no data other than, and so then we get to focus groups and community outreach meetings. Who shows up to those meetings? The people the 67 who voted yes, not the 145 who voted no. Who's in those focus groups? Maybe there's a little bit of both. I know that there's great people in that focus group, but I know a lot of folks in that focus group really wanted that project to happen. Meanwhile, the focus group isn't the governing body of the town. They weren't appointed by us. They weren't elected. So we have a little bit of the tail wagging the dog here. So the town says 145 to 67. I think at that point, the correct approach would have been, and we talked about the select board had approved it, 3 months earlier without the information of the 145 to 67. I don't know any point in the calendar where after that failure at town meeting, the select board was consulted about priorities on this project. Instead, I heard at the planning board meeting that our planning director, and she's doing great work, and this isn't meant to be an attack, but she said to the planning board meeting that she took her marching orders from the focus group. Well, the focus group isn't the 145 to 67. So why are we not listening to the 145 who voted no? I'm very troubled. So then now what are we doing? So now I'm looking, look, maybe what I'm hearing is right. Maybe it was just a funding source issue. Grants were offered as part of the funding source when the people voted no. That we were told there would be some grants potentially. There were questions about that. There was an assumption that some of it would be paid for by grants. And now we have a perfectly beautiful asphalt sidewalk that, yes, it is at the level of the parking lot, so you can't have these 7 extra parallel parking spots. I understand, and I'm hearing that, and that's a very valuable add to this project, is those 7, at least in the design, the 7 parallel parking spots on the west side of Blake Street. But if I'm the property owner who just spent a lot of money on that sidewalk, and I wake up one day and the town's ripping it up for me, that doesn't make me feel very good. That doesn't make me feel like the town is a great partner with me. So I think we're kind of really going about this in a really odd way, because now the most ridiculous thing that I see government doing is rip something up, build it, and then knock it down the next day and build it again. And that's what we're going to be doing in this area because of 4 West Main. Other improvements are going to be made to this area. And this beautiful sidewalk, no doubt, that's been well designed and will be nice looking, that we're ripping up another new sidewalk to do, is going to get ripped up again, I think. And meanwhile, another concern that I have is, I heard that DOT is saying that they, apparently hired some private data collector to go do some study, to use this as a study for why this is going to create economic activity downtown. So you're telling me we don't have that study already? So you're telling me we're doing this without being data-driven? We're doing this project to drive data? I'd like to do projects driven by data. I heard comments that no one is moving into downtown. I know a perfectly good Brazilian market that's moved to downtown, and everyone should try them out. And they are right there. And they moved in there recently. There's a design studio that moved in there recently. We keep saying no one's moving in. I don't know what world you're living in. The world I live in, it's not that dead. I go there all the time. Meanwhile, I do see the little, the detection pads on the corner of Cumberland there. It's terrible shape. We really need to fix that. Throw some money at that. Thanks for listening to my monologue, but I was really kind of on the fence here, but I'm leaning to no, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, this is a very complicated project because it's intertwined with Blake Street and the whole downtown, and I think we're going to have to give it a lot of thought. Yep, go ahead.
Madam Chair? Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate the concerns and what you bring up, Jacob. I guess I'm a curious case. I try to be a curious guy, to some. But I'm one of the 145 who voted no at town meeting, right? I stood up at the citizen microphone and said I was not in support of it. But in this case, I see these as sort of two separate projects. I'm still not sold on spending the CPA money and making that request for the pocket park at this time because of, we don't know what's going on with 4 West Main. But I see it different, I see it as a separate transaction from these complete streets grants. Right, we have to make decisions with what we have in front of us at the time. Prior board that I was on made a decision to deploy funds, ARPA money, to complete sidewalks. There was only so many other sidewalks that you can do at that time, and the grant was requested for Blake and Pierce, and that's where we find ourselves. So even though I wasn't publicly not in support of the project at town meeting, I am leaning towards supporting the Complete Streets grant and deploying it on Blake and Pierce, just because if we said no to Blake, there's no guarantee that that money's going to go anywhere else. We can go and ask for it again, but my understanding is the state doesn't like when you ask for money and then get awarded it and tell them thanks, but no thanks. So the way I'm looking at it, the only other project, even if we did that we could possibly deploy these funds towards would be South Street, which has an existing sidewalk, but it needs to be redone. We would need to go to town meeting to get money to do the design work, which isn't cheap, for all these other sidewalks that we had gotten emailed out in that lengthy list, that need design work and need to go through everything that Maple Street went through. That's not cheap either, and you can't do that all at once because that's a large ask, especially with tight budgets that we find ourselves in. So the way I just kind of look at it is, what do we have in front of us? We have in front of us the opportunity to put sidewalks that are needed, certainly on Pierce, and you can make an argument as far as how much of it is needed on Blake. But I don't want to turn away money that we may not get back. If we can get good sidewalks on Pierce and good sidewalks on Blake by saying yes to the 498 from the state, then I'm in support of it. It ends short. It doesn't cross over to 4 West Main, so I don't think there's a risk of it needing to be torn up or whatever for something with 4 West Main, right? It's ending well short of that. That's my concern about the pocket park. I don't know what use we're going to get out of 4 West Main and make that use fit what our plan is for the pocket park. I'd rather do something in conjunction if we can, or if we need to just leave that open, leave that as an opportunity. Doesn't mean we don't come back and do CPA funding on that pocket park, but maybe it fits more into what can go into that building. Maybe it doesn't, we don't know. That's the uncertainty, that's why I'm not supportive of it right now, as far as the CPA request is. So that's kind of where I'm at, is, we've got money for sidewalks, we can put in some sidewalks. Effectively, the only other place that we could have asked for was south. We didn't, and this is where we are. So I say, let's go ahead and move forward with the money the state wants to give us to put in these sidewalks on Blake and Pierce.
Laura, do you have any comments?
Yeah, the only thing, oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I thought you said Laurie.
No, that's good.
That's okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, please, Lori.
We're waiting for you, Lori.
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify that the reason why Blake Street was picked first over South Main is because of the number of vacancies. And it was part of an in-depth study, so the Downtown Revitalization Plan report that was completed in January of 2025 had included this study area within one of its redevelopment schemes. So this project was floated, actually it was 24. It was floated before the select board. It was floated before the master plan implementation committee that had really taken on the downtown revitalization project. and it was identified as the Phase 1 project. So it didn't just kind of, it wasn't just something that I said, we will do this first. It went through an entire discussion process, and it was the consensus that this is where we were going to focus first. South Street is certainly very important, and I absolutely would love to have that done in the near future. But at the time that these Complete Streets funds was applied for, that was not a designed project.
Okay, any other comments? I have an announcement to make. Thank you, Laura, for bringing this to my attention. For those of you who are participating remotely, if you go to your React option on your screen, that's where you'll find your virtual hand. So if anybody wants to raise their hand and try that, please let us know, just so we can, I'm sure everyone's heard.
It worked.
Scott, are you testing your hand, or do you have a comment?
No, my hand works. I'm very happy about
there you
that.
go.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right.
I will now try to lower it.
Okay. All right, let's see. Yes.
I'll raise my real hand.
Okay.
I really appreciate all the thought and comments, and I understand, where everybody's coming from. I was part of the board that was also on the fence with not knowing about what 4 West Main Street was going to look like and how that project was going to roll out. When we did make the decision a couple of years ago, I was in support of the sidewalks. Sidewalks have been really important since I joined the board, and I feel like there's a gamble with sending money back, and I do worry about that. And I think knowing what we know right now, my preference is to move forward with the grant for the sidewalks based on what we know right now. I hope it's the right decision. I hope that it doesn't end up getting ripped up. But if it does make for safer crossings, I do feel passionate about that. So that's my thought on that.
Okay, let's see. We have a comment from John again. John on Washburn. Your hand is up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, this is a tough topic, and, the comment was made earlier that I think roughly 140 people said no to the project, and 67 said yes, I think, at town meeting. And, obviously, I was one of the 67. As I said, I did participate in a lot of those subcommittee meetings. This has been going on for a while. I guess the only question I'd ask the committee and I'd ask the town is, if we're not going to do it now, when are we going to do it? When are we going to make the town better? Sidewalks are great. I love more sidewalks. I'm a huge advocate of it. I say run sidewalks up and down Route 20 all the way to Marlboro and all over the place. But we need to move forward with this project and get it done. And I've heard Lori say this a bunch of times, and I do agree with her. Steps like this will bring people in. It will attract other people, whether it's people visiting for restaurants or new businesses opening up. And to the gentleman's point earlier, the Brazilian store in town, that's fantastic. I think that's great. But we need more of that. And I think this project should move forward. It's
Thanks,
just my
John.
thoughts.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to respond for the board. I think our biggest conundrum here is the sequence of this all happening. And John Ray brought up the point of, after town meeting, maybe at that point, we should have said, we applied for this Complete Streets grant, maybe we should hold off on it. So I think, however the vote goes, one thing we've learned is that we've got to do things in a logical sequence. And to your point, let's not build things that we're going to have to rebuild in 5 years. So, we're going to be setting our goals in the next few minutes, and that will be one of them, that we have to stay informed, and we have to do things logically. Okay, so there's a hand up again. Lisa Maselli. Did you have a comment? Your hand is up.
Yes, I had to figure out how to unmute, but you mute me now or unmute me, so thank you for taking my remark again. As much as, I know that there's been a lot of work put into it, and we hope that this would be bringing people in. There's a lot more to the project than just a couple of things and how lovely it might be in bringing people in. We didn't get a lot of buy-in from the businesses that are there now. They didn't really get involved when they were supposed to get involved. They haven't put their own money into it to get involved. And again, we keep forgetting that we're going to be coming up against Proposition 2.5. So I did some research on my own, and I did reach out and found that in fact, that Complete Streets is open to changing projects, even though they've awarded money and they have contracts that they sign. That you can use any one of the 25 projects that were on the original list that they agreed to. And that there's no distinct timeline on when that can be used. So I want to dispel that, well, if we don't use this, we'll lose this. And there are other projects that can be used, utilize the money for those projects with a little bit more thought and consideration, and not make decisions based on kind of hearsay stuff and more hard copy information. So yes, you can use it on any one of the 25 projects if you have to go and say, we're having something different. We're looking to sell that property. We're not really sure how that's going to work, because everything that we're talking about right now is not going to come to fruition until 2027. So if you think we're going to be sitting on 4 West Main Street for another couple of years empty, I don't think that that's really going to happen. And I think we have to be realistic in how we use our money. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Just my one public comment, I guess, because I had said some things, but the one thing that has been said that it makes me really tentative is to do this before 4 West Main is the sequencing. And I think it's very dangerous. We make a lot of assumptions about what buyers will want, and I love the idea we have this ready to go, and that 4-year time frame may work out really well by the time we have someone that buys that or somehow occupies 4 West Main and the work they need to do in the business. That's probably, we haven't even put that out for negotiations yet. That's probably 4 years away. So like the sequencing does work if we're thoughtful about this project in the context of how we develop that area. And then all the things that Millie is doing is further allowing us to develop. Now we can see the vision as opposed to just maybe getting to a point of buyer's remorse and being like, wow, that was wasteful because we made a lot of assumptions that didn't hold true. And that's my biggest concern on this project.
What's 4 years away?
It's a thought exercise. By the time we have 4 West Main Street occupied with someone that's gonna have a vision for it and do it, that's probably 4 years away from now.
Bang.
It needs a lot of work. I'm just saying.
Well, I thought you said that, that's right.
But just saying that's not, time unfortunately goes by quick. And
No,
and
we're not doing that.
Steph, we haven't even talked strategy on that, but
Yeah,
if we
well.
were to start that in a few months,
4 years is a long time.
I'm just saying it's closer to 4 than it is today. Maybe it's 2.5. I'm not, again, we could debate that all day.
Right.
But the risk remains the same. And we'll have seen more of the development in town. And we'll have our fire station, which we'll see how aesthetically how that plays into it, because now we have the fire station, we got the town park, we got Millie's, we got 4 West Main, and this does start to come together.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But it doesn't mean doing this now is a smart decision if someone's going to have another thought on what that's going to look like and rip it up. So there is a risk on 4 West Main for
But
anything
how could
we
they
do.
rip up the public way?
In general, that buyer may have a different desire than to do what we're doing right now. They may want more parking. We're making a lot of assumptions.
Well, whatever parking they don't need, but guarantee you they will need it, could be town parking, you know? That's what it is now.
The
That's
risk,
what,
the risk remains real of doing something before a buyer for West Main is understood to do a project like this. I think we all agree that risk is a real risk. I've heard that pretty clearly.
I do agree in regards to the pocket park. The sidewalks, I don't think there's a risk that a 4 West Main successful RFP would put those sidewalks at risk of needing to be ripped up.
And I only think it's exciting if you do both. So maybe that's my own personal bias, but again, like doing complete streets for things already there, and I get a little concerned about this artist depiction here, because Lisa's describing these posts that are gonna be there. I can't understand what they look like. Is this really what it looks like? Is there more obstruction here that I don't see?
Oh,
I don't know what that looks like, because Lisa's telling me about these posts that, well, you still have these posts that are in the way of these other lights, and I haven't seen this in enough detail to know, other than this pretty drawing, if there's more things that are gonna look different than this. I feel a little uncertain on that. I don't know if anyone else caught on to that.
yeah, well, this is just showing the new streetlights, but there's those big utility
Yeah,
poles.
so why, like, put those in here?
This is,
Like, and I'm like, I'd really like to say, I'm like, I could see this whole thing being like, oh, a little different than I thought. So that's all the concerns that I have on it.
okay, but again, for us, the decision is difficult because we have to separate out complete streets from the Blake Street project, but we really can't. So here we are. Okay. Lori, your hand is up. Did you want to make a comment?
you're on mute.
I just wanted to share my screen to show you what the street light will look like. So that's it.
Well, I think John's question is, this streetlight is in addition to the heavily laden utility poles already on Blake Street, correct?
So this would be significantly shorter than the utility poles. So this would be 14 feet tall, and the utility poles are, gosh, I think in the realm of 30 feet. Scott, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
It's, what?
That's the point.
That's the point, is that,
They look weird together.
And there,
I just don't know
there are
aesthetically.
only two streetlights along this entire stretch. So this would be in areas that are not presently lit.
And thinking of events like the tree lighting, the menorah lighting, the lot is fairly dark. And I know DPW brings in the big generator-powered extra lighting, which we probably would still need. But these would provide additional lighting, when you're trying to walk back to your car in the dark. The lighting's not great down there. I would love to be able to get a lighting solution that we could do those events without the noise of a generator hum drowning out the kids singing.
Right.
So get that on the list, Lori. Figure out that, how we can do that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't disagree. Like with John's comments, I just, maybe I'm looking at it in a compartmentalized way of like the pocket park and what my concerns are there and the other things. And just going back to, the state wants to give us this money in order to build these sidewalks. And, I'm for moving forward with building those sidewalks. Eventually, the hope is that this area is redeveloped with 4 West Main as its centerpiece, and we're gonna need probably new sidewalks in that area anyway at some point. We're gonna do it now, as opposed to maybe waiting, but we've got the money now, let's deploy it now, and let's take the win when we can get it. Because eventually, we would like 4 West Main to be redeveloped, the properties behind it maybe to be redeveloped or reused in a more downtown revitalization-y way, if that's a term. So the sidewalk's gonna get rebuilt at some point anyway. As far as the business owner, landowner who has already done some construction, I'm not aware of it. I assume they would have to have applied for a permit. So maybe the town could do a little digging just to see what was done, what was applied for. I mean, anything you do in a public way is at risk of it being used in a public way. So right there, there's always that risk if you spend your own money on something, it could be repurposed. But maybe the town could do an outreach and just kind of see what happened, what occurred, what was spent, and then you know, just to know that would maybe be good to see what, if any, options there are down the road.
Yeah, I think the point was, you know, is communication with.
Right.
Is with.
No, and I would like, if somebody, you know, and I think Scott has a hand up, so maybe they're getting some answers.
Oh, hi, Scott. And then Susie, we'll get to you. I think Susie has her hand up. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the, excuse me, when our pavement management program repaved Blake Street a handful of years ago, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, we removed and overlaid the Blake Street sidewalk. So that was not done by the abutting property owner. I believe it's at the corner of Blake and Pierce on the west side. That was done by the town of Northborough. Not our staff, but by our contractor.
Thank you for letting me know that, because it was my assumption, but that's different than what I was understanding. So thanks, Scott. I didn't know that. So thanks for letting us
Yeah,
know.
well, we're a complete streets community, so when we, so for example, Davis Street, we went and we ground up the entire road and put a new roadway in. Because of the complete streets policy the select board adopted, we're required to redo the adjacent sidewalk when it's a full roadway reconstruction, which is what was done on Blake Street. So we complied with the policy at that time.
Okay. So that.
Thank you, Scott.
So that takes away my concern that we're affronting a business owner who spent all the money, but it then reinforces my other concern, which is we just built a sidewalk and now we're going to tear it up. I actually did have a question, but I do want to hear what.
Yeah, Susie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Susie. Could you just introduce yourself and your address? 8 Emerson Road.
Sislicka, 8 Emerson Road. I'm unofficial chair of the Community Affairs Committee, but not speaking on behalf of them. And I want to disclose, I'm also on the zoning board, but I'm not speaking on behalf of them either. I've spoken about this at several meetings and to Lori, so this is not a surprise on what I'm about to say about the Blake Street project. Our board was not approached for support or anything about this project as other boards were, such as Recreation and other boards that I saw that had gone, she went to. However, I have not been in support of this project. The Ellsworth tree, I believe it's the 3rd tree. There were 5 small trees that, younger trees that had been taken down probably. I can't remember, it was around COVID years. I can't remember if it was before or after. I don't think things live long near the railroad tracks. Probably, I'm not a soil expert. I'm not a railroad expert. I just don't think things will thrive there. And I don't think, as a parent of 3 children, I don't think a pocket park that's going to attract children to play is a good place near a railroad track either. Also, I think the downtown's in desperate need of more parking, and I had always been told that was going to be, the pocket park was going to be cleared for more parking downtown as well. And to Jacob's point, I hate seeing the new sidewalks being torn up. During the Boo Row business stroll, I did visit a lot of the businesses down there and walked that whole area. There are 2 apartments that are right there, and I know that 2 businesses in that area were not going to participate in, or not the businesses, but the landlords, I don't believe are going to fix up their parking lots in the back to match it. And another concern I have is we don't know what's going to happen to 4 West Main. So we're basically fixing up a parking lot and we don't know what's going to happen to that building. And having planned a lot of events in that parking lot, I think it's a lot of money for a parking lot. And I feel like it could go to a lot of other areas if we're going to fix up downtown. You can't, if you walk that whole area, once you're going, I'm just going to give you a quick little snapshot because I didn't really realize it until I walked it. So when you're walking through, you go towards the drive-through in CVS, and I'm going to be as quick as I can because this is my prime driving time. time. I still have pickups here. I still have 2 more kid pickups to go in my evening. When you're driving towards CVS, there's a point towards CVS when you're going towards the drive-through and Main Streets behind you, it turns into a one-way. And then when you're going towards Sawyer from there and you kind of get hooked into it, you can't exit out onto Main Street when you're taking a right going down Blake Street because that's a one-way. It's only a one-way for like 10 feet, which is very confusing as well. So we're fixing up that whole area and it's just this crazy little parking lot. It's basically a parking lot. It's not a throughway street. So I just don't know. It's a lot of money to put into this area that's not easily transversable. I don't know. And that's probably even a makeup word. So I apologize for that. But I saw Scott's on here. I haven't had a personal, I just want to do a quick shout out because I won't be able to call back in. But thank you so much for your work on the pumpkin shelf, Scott, and the DPW for all of your hard work. So I just want to do that too. So thank you so much.
And thank you.
As always, partner and everything.
Thanks, Susie.
Thank you, DPW. Okay, so thank you. I hope that made sense, but with everything. And I know Lori's put so much work in this, but I just don't think it's going to work there. So I just wanted to give my input since I wasn't asked for it. I wanted to call in with it, but I have to go get my daughter from dance now and then get my son from basketball. So thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks.
you.
Be safe out there.
Okay, are there any other comments? Oh, Rick Leaf, your hand is up. Hi, Rick.
This is Rick Leaf, 30 Wells Farm Road. Just want to refocus us on what we're doing here. The money we're talking about tonight is basically for improving the parking behind the War Memorial Park, putting a sidewalk in on Pierce Street, improving the existing sidewalk on the west side of Blake Street, and adding a couple of decorative street lights to improve the lighting and the appearance of Blake Street. So anything else, the Pocket Park is a separate topic. 4 West Main is a separate topic kind of thing. I just think that by taking this Complete Streets money that's been approved, by allowing us to connect the parking area on Pierce up to Blake with a new sidewalk, making that more effective walking on Pierce Street, by improving the sidewalk and separating it from the road, makes it safer, adding a little extra lighting in the area of Town Hall, or whatever that's going to become, 4 West Main. That's a benefit, as well as providing a little bit of enhancement to the appearance of Blake by putting a couple of those decorative street lights in there. It all kind of works together and makes sense. And there's always been desire in town, is expressed in multiple master plans, to improve the usability and the appearance of downtown. And there's certainly been a lot of feedback from residents about making things more walkable and safer. And I think that this money that's being proposed and approved by the state really gets to improving walkability, improves the safety of walkability. It connects an underused parking area when we know we need more parking back into the Blake Street area. And regardless of what's decided to do on 4 West Main, it sets the stage for starting to make Blake Street as a passageway north of Route 20, down Blake to Pierce, to the memorial on one side, and also, once the fire station on Pierce becomes vacant, that access down Blake to Pierce will also be important to connect eventually whatever the reuse of 4 West Main is to the reuse of what the fire station is going to be. So I think the downtown revitalization plan has always viewed Blake as a passageway and a connector between new uses to be developed. I think it outlines a way to get ahead of that and do some of the advanced work to make it apparent that the town is interested in using that part of town for that purpose. And I think it enhances the possible future reuse of 4 West Main and the future reuse of the fire station. I would recommend, to the extent that select board members haven't read the downtown revitalization plan, to go ahead and do that and just kind of see how this catalyst area number 1 was proposed as a passageway between Route 20 and Pierce, and the connectivity between the parking lot on Pierce and things that would happen on Blake Street. So I think it's an appropriate use of the $499,000. It made sense when it was proposed, and I think it will stand up regardless of what decisions are made. But I think it also sends a message that the town does have a plan for Blake Street, and that is outlined in the downtown revitalization plan. So I think it makes sense to go ahead and do this. Any other comments tonight about the Pocket Park? Anything else that kind of outside the scope of what's being discussed? I think we really have to focus on the parking lot behind the Memorial Park, the extension of a sidewalk down Pierce to Blake, and the improvement of the sidewalk on Blake, and the addition of a little additional lighting, which is both useful and it sort of starts to set the stage for a nicer looking Blake Street. So I think that ought to be our focus in decision making tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Lori, we have 5 years to spend this money? We have 5 years to spend it?
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. 2 years,
We have to spend the money in 2 years.
correct. So if you want to go forward, then, and especially, we don't know what's going to happen with the CPC project. I could very well pull the trigger on both the Pierce Street and the Blake Street sidewalks this spring. So construction could start in April and be completed by next December.
Would the people who are concerned about the 4 West Main usage and then construction, would we feel better if, as Lori said, pull the trigger in 18 months or, towards the end of the 2-year period? So maybe by then we'll know what's happening at 4 West Main?
Well, the one thing that I am concerned about is the pricing that we have, the cost estimates is current. So if you want to wait another year, then that means that the price is going to go up by probably 5% or more.
Okay.
So we may not have enough money to complete the scope of work.
Jacob?
That's a great question because I actually have thought about that. I don't know that it's going to be viable. 18 months probably doesn't give them enough months to do the construction. And I had also thought about the point that Lori just made about price escalation, which happens, but it's hard to predict. Could be in our favor, who knows? But if it were possible, I would feel better about it if we planned to start the construction next spring versus, spring 2027, complete by December 2027, which I think is our deadline, if I understood correctly.
Yeah.
I'd feel better about that only because it gives us more months to turn more of our chips from unknown to known, and less of a possibility of having to break up brand-new sidewalks to put another conduit in, or another this or that in, or another line of something or other. So that it would actually help where I'm sitting, because that was one of the concerns I had, is the unknowns of the area. I understand the point that it's not directly for West Main, but it certainly is close. And certainly whatever public parking is available in that area is relevant to the question of the use of 4 West Main. I did have a question. How confident are we on the design here for the 7 parallel parking spots on the west side of West Main? I know it's on the design that we have. Like, how high of confidence do we have of 7 spots?
Very high. That's what the engineer, we're at the 75% design at present. And so our design expert, the Beta Group, has already analyzed all of the spacing requirements, and they're confident that we'd be able to fit the 7 in. Of course, that would be 7 more parking spaces than we have currently.
Yeah, and so to be, that is a huge plus of this, I will say. And kind of, as I've said, I'm kind of in the middle here, and I've gave my speech before, but the 7 parking lots or parking spots, getting those in the bank is a big positive. I have read the downtown revitalization plan, I've read the master plan, I've read them multiple times. But as far as resident, feedback from residents, my math says 145 to 67.
Okay, John, I'm going to try to pronounce your last name. Is that Bourgeois?
Wow, that was good.
Ah, thank you.
Oh, good job.
High school French.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'll just keep it brief and short. I certainly understand the thought, the idea about postponing it a year, where we have a 2-year window apparently. It gives everyone more time to think about it, and et cetera. But my guess is, more than likely, what will happen is costs will go up probably 10%, and this will get squashed. For whatever reason, good or bad, it'll get squashed. And again, I'm not pointing fingers here, but this is what happened with the fire station, right? We've been talking about the fire station for the last 20-plus years, if not more. And every time it came around, there was a reason not to do it. For whatever reason, good or bad, there was a reason not to do it. And then we got to a point where we were talking about it at the last meeting, and it was a $41 million bond float that had to be raised to build that. And people were up in arms. People were screaming about that. I was at all the town meetings that April. It was just crazy. And that's what will happen here with this project. If we don't take advantage of it now, I fear that it's going to go up, the costs, it's going to go to town meeting, and it's going to get squashed again. And we're never going to get it done. We'll be talking about this for, next year and years from now. And there'll always be a reason not to, always. And I just think that's unfortunate. We should take the opportunity now, do it, get it done. And then hopefully, to Lori's point, you'll attract more people and more business and other opportunities with it. That's just my thought.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
What I would just say is, I wouldn't be supportive in delaying using the money to start construction. It sounds like a very government thing to do, is to sit on something, just for the cost escalations and things that could come along. And again, like, the sidewalk has nothing to do with 4 West Main. The sidewalk that we're looking at constructing on Blake, eventually the idea is we're going to need it. That 4 West Main will have a great reuse, and we'll have something there, which will then have spillover to the properties behind it. So again, at some point, we're gonna wanna do that sidewalk. Right now, we can utilize this money to just do it now. We have a bird in hand rather than worrying about the 2 in the bush. The state's giving us this money. This is separate from the larger Blake Street project. So I'm for making the motion as written.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? All right, then. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to accept the MassDOT Complete Streets grant in the amount of $498,877.10 for the Blake/Pierce Streetscape Improvement Project, and to authorize the planning director to expend said funds on behalf of the town.
Second.
Okay. This will be a roll call vote. Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
John?
No.
Jacob?
No.
I'm going to vote aye. Okay. Vote is 3-2 to accept the grant. Okay. All right. Next on the agenda is the holiday schedule. Wow, it is November. Okay. All right, so Stephanie,
Yes.
like to close town hall at noon before these big holidays?
Yes, which is the day before Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, and New Year's Eve, consistent with what the select board has done in the past, and staff really appreciates the time.
Also, there's probably little activity
Yeah, that too.
in town hall on those days. Okay, all right, is there any discussion or questions? All right, is there a motion then to accept the holiday schedule?
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to approve the 2025 holiday schedule for town offices as presented in the town administrator's memorandum dated October 30th, 2025.
Second?
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Jacob. All those in favor, we can raise our hands. Great,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
On behalf of
Okay,
everyone.
all right. Now, for the exciting part. Let's talk about our goals,
Yes.
right? That's next on the agenda?
Yep.
Okay, so we've had a lot of input, and surprisingly, almost all of us one of our top priorities had to do with finance.
Yep.
So, and also Stephanie's personal goals.
I'm excited because, yeah, I think we all have the same goals, which is great.
All right, so do we want to briefly go one by one and talk about what it is in financial management that you would like to see specifically, actionable items? Or just general discussion at this point? John, you've been talking about this since you got on the board.
Sure.
Would you like to start the discussion?
Yeah, so in full transparency, my three goals are: first, to strengthen fiscal stewardship and budget discipline. Second is to advance economic development and maximize value of town-owned properties. And third is to ensure accurate, equitable, and transparent property assessments. So in terms of strengthening fiscal steward and budget discipline, I'd like to see us get in deep, scrutinize the department budgets, both internal operations and contracted external services, and really understand what we're spending our money on. What I'd really like to see, if we think about being specific, is consistency. So when we had in the library, when we had the department heads come in and we listened, and it was more of a listening session for everyone, and as opposed to getting into it, which is good to set the table. I found a lot of inconsistency in sort of the format that people presented in. I thought Jason Little did a great job with his head count over time. He had a nice schedule that I think that's really insightful.
Yep.
So I would like to see like a consistent head count schedule over time for some historical actuals, plus whatever head counts in the budget. And then also would like to see just detailed, consistent budget line items that, and it can be summarized, but providing the detail to enable us to really get into what's in the budgets and get a better understanding of it.
And we have made a lot of those changes already, so that's good.
Right, and maybe it's worthwhile at the next meeting to kind of look at those formats together and give feedback on them and make sure.
Actually, that's on the agenda. So we're going to have a budget overview and the tax classification.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
Okay, so who wants to go next?
No, I mean, I'll just say I agree with a lot of what John says, right? I mean, we want to make sure that we're doing things in a consistent and detailed manner. And not to say that this is what John is trying to say. I want to make sure, though, we don't sort of bog things down and micromanage. I think we have a good leadership team headed by Stephanie. So I think we can set strategic and, when needed, tactical goals. But I think doing those deep budget dives and looking in through things, like we should be confident that she's doing that and that she's passing that down to her department heads, that that's what they have to be doing. So that, I just don't want to make sure we're not getting lost too much in the weeds. But yeah, I mean, my main goal, right, was, I guess, kind of direct, was just I don't want to get into override territory for normal operation. I want to avoid that almost at all costs. Now, you don't want to have to take certain measures, and we're not talking about doing that. But that would be my priority, is to try and balance services and budgets, but keeping within that override territory or staying out of it, I should say. That's my overall actionable sort of goal. Because there's going to be other things that come up that there's going to be, different than 2.5 overrides, but other overrides for possible projects down the road. The less we're asking for normal operating, I think the better we position ourselves to be successful for those things. So that's sort of my overall goal. And if, we get there with a mix of sort of strategic planning and tactical deep diving, then we've done our job, so.
Laura?
So the goal that I put towards for finance was the establishment of an economic development committee. I know that this has come up a lot, but ideally, I'm hoping that this committee can help us identify new revenue streams to help offset those rising costs without having to take away services that the residents expect. I also love transparency. I was looking at what some other towns are doing from a visibility perspective to figure out what would be good. I'm open to conversations on that. I don't know exactly what it would look like, within our role as the board and what's in the purview of how we work together. But just having more visibility into that would also be ideal.
Yes, definitely. Yep.
Jacob?
Right, I'm right along with the things that have been said. So I have my 3 bullet points. I'll just say what they are and then focus maybe on one of them. One was stop the unsustainable tax increases. I'd like to have a goal that the average tax bill, obviously everyone's individual property is gonna vary, but the average tax bill would increase no more than 3% rather than the 10% that we've been seeing. Under that same heading, no, like Mike said, no 2.5 overrides. And no new debt until the Peasley School project. That's my view, and that would be my goal. Second bullet point is increase in transparency for town spending. I like the way John said it. Then the third one is to stop acquiring new property, new projects, new assets that increase maintenance costs while decreasing tax revenues, which is something we've done a bit of recently. On the increased transparency for town spending point, though, it would be really nice, and maybe this isn't possible. I'd like to just be able to have access to every invoice that's been approved. Not that I think that there's anything wrong with what's there. It's just that it's almost more cumbersome for me to say, gee, Madam Town Administrator, could you get me a report on the street spending that we've done in the last 12 months? Because then that takes your time, and then that takes Jason's time, and the accountant's time, and everyone's time, where if there was just like a secure place that the select board had access to, I'm sure you guys have the data for invoices that have been approved and signed off on, that I just want to be like, I wonder what we're spending our money on, and I don't have to ask, and I can just go figure it out myself. I'd love that. That's the kind of transparency that I can do it on my own time. I don't have to bother town staff. Then if I have a question about something that I see, then I can ask the question. Hey, I didn't understand that. Could you help me understand that? I know some people may feel uncomfortable with that level of transparency, but I think that's even easier and more efficient than me saying, I need a report on this, I need a report on this, I need a report on this. Because to me, it's the things that I don't even know to ask sometimes that it's where the real interesting information lies sometimes.
I just want to,
yeah.
how many invoices do you think we get?
I mean, I know.
You are more than welcome to come in, but if you think we have like 10, let's.
No, it's hundreds,
divide that by-
I suspect.
We have all the schools
Yeah.
invoices, yeah, okay.
No, I
I just
understand.
wa- I
Just
just
on the
want-
fire station project alone, which
Right.
I was able to get, and I appreciated that. It took a process, and I would say it took 6 weeks for me to get the information. and I eventually got it on a thumb drive because it was too big to like send it to me by email, and
Right.
that I get. But I think that's super cumbersome, and we had to I'll bring back the thumb drive so the town can have it back. But my point is that's really cumbersome for me to get information that I should have at my fingertips in this role, I think.
Well, yes and no. If you have a question about something, then definitely, yes, come in. There's nothing that, everything is public record in government. So there's not, but if you want to spend your time doing that, it's up to you. But it really, you have to also trust in
I do.
internal operations and, our duties every single day, and we have various sets of eyes, even speaking budgetarily. It's not just internally us working with our department heads or them working with the staff. It's appropriations, it's, financial planning, so there's a lot of eyes.
Yeah. No, and I don't want this
There's
to
the
come off
audit,
as
there's
a
the- yeah.
trust question. It's sort of a simple thing like, I believe 100% what Scott's telling about why the RRFBs that we've talked about for the 8 ones we got from the state are going to cost more. But to me, it would be easier for me just to look at the contracts, look at the invoice, and then I understand, oh yeah, I see how we spent that money. And I didn't have to take Scott's time, I didn't have to take your time, I didn't have to take anyone's time, and I answered my question.
Right, but
in
for you, if
30
you had
seconds on my
something
own.
specific like that, then absolutely, you can say, hey, listen, I want to see this contract, come in. But for you to say, I'd like to see copies of every single invoice, that is taking our time, and we're already managing appropriately. And if you had a question about something specific, then just ask it. But to just say every single invoice, you'll just come in. I'll show you how many
Okay.
invoices
Well,
we have.
Laura saw something in another
Oh, I was trying to find it. There's some different services called Open Government and different tools. I haven't.
We have OpenGov.
There was something, I thought in Grafton a while ago, they had almost like a feed where you could see every invoice that was going through, just electronics, the total of it and who the vendor was. I know, but I couldn't locate it again today, so I'm
Jason, why
sorry.
don't you join this
Because we have
conversation?
Open.gov, yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, just to clarify, there's a lot of software out there that
Yeah.
has similar titles and names to it.
Oh, okay.
There's a product called OpenGov that we have, which is our permitting
Right.
online permitting software. To give you an idea of the number of invoices that come through, by the end of a fiscal year, generally it's 9 file boxes full of them that we maintain. This conversation did come up last year with the goal setting session, and I know the offer was made to leave the weekly warrant file, which has all of the vouchers that
That'd be
are
helpful.
signed by everybody. For any, that it's public information, everything that's within it, with some very small exceptions that we would have to be careful about,
Sure.
shielding those things. About the only thing that we pay out that's not public information are public benefits that are granted to individuals.
Yeah, no,
That,
understood.
and that just comprises veterans benefits simply, so we just have to be careful about the voucher for the veterans benefits that are paid.
Or is it
ClearGov
ClearGov?
is the name of
ClearGov is the one I meant, sorry.
software.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we use that in Holden.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's pluses and minuses to that. We don't have an automated system for scanning invoices. That would be, a capital expense to
Okay.
put that in.
Okay, so maybe that was part of my assumption was that they were all scanned and just on a drive somewhere secure that just so it's not that simple.
No, we're on a paper-based system.
Okay. That's, sorry. I'm sure you felt that way too.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, no, and I don't mean this isn't like I'm a demand and I'm gonna, but like it's that direction of kind of like, because I want to be able to see sometimes it's like I don't know what question to ask, but if I had a little bit of noodling, I'd be like, this is interesting, and I would like to ask, and I don't want to have to take half a day of someone's time to sit and babysit Jacob as he goes through boxes,
Right.
And it's not because I'm questioning that there's something hidden or problematic, but it's like, I don't know on a line item, not just line items on a budget, but on a actual, how many staples are we buying? Like, I'm not saying I care about how many staples we're buying, but you get what I'm saying. Like, unless I actually see it. Or I can say, Jason and your team spend all day to make me a detailed report on this, which then I'm like, they got other things they gotta do too.
Right, yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out a way to make it more easy for members of the select board to get access to information that you wouldn't dispute we should have access to, but it's just a matter of mechanically, how do we get access? You know?
So I say this, I mean, going back to the ClearGov, we don't scan things unless somebody asks for something to be scanned to them. I mean, we have the capability of scanning things in our office, but.
Yeah, but I'm
you know.
also not trying to create a whole new process
Yeah,
if it's
so,
gonna cost a bunch
so
of
one
money.
thing, like you pointed out, you wanted to look at contracts and so forth. That's one thing that we do, just have a regular practice of scanning contracts, and we attach them within our financial system. We can store them in there, so there's a method to be able to access those easily and, you know, produce them for people electronically very easily. You know, considering something like that ClearGov product, I've heard a lot of, you know, pluses and minuses.
Yeah.
A lot of people purchased that product with community compact money when those grants were prevalent at one time. There's pluses and minuses to it. I mean, it's a major administrative burden to get that software to work and for it to be. It does display nice looking reports, like it'll, you know, generate a graph for you and so forth. But it's got to, somebody has to quality control the data that's going into it, and that can be a full-time job in some communities.
No, I really appreciate that explanation.
But going back to a year, I know this topic came up a year ago when the goals were being discussed, and I think the deal that was cut was that the warrants would be held in the administrator's office for anybody that wants to come in and look at them for the week, so.
Yeah, and those are like yay high,
Oh, so are they there now?
probably.
Maybe not for this week, they may not be
yeah.
ready for this week. but
Sorry,
by
I
the-
didn't realize that happened, but,
On an ongoing basis, we generate a payables, we pay bills every week.
Yep.
And generally, the file can be anywhere from this big to this big, so.
Yeah.
whether-
So
whether
it's
that
signed by
helps
both
give
the
you an
accounting
idea of-
office and the administration office, myself.
thank you.
Probably be a great educational thing
I
for all of
know,
us to.
it sounds fun.
To see the size of it at least, right?
So, yeah, and if you wanted to come in and just go through the warrant, that's fine, but to ask to scan copies,
No.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
that's
I
silly.
mean, just,
Yeah.
like I said, the goal of my thing was actually the opposite of make work request. It was
Right,
actually try
that's
to not
inefficient,
make work.
yeah.
And even if for the contracts, if it would be okay, and maybe it already was okay, and then we're just saying it, for me to figure out a time to come in and from some computer here, so I'm not having to get a remote connection or anything, from a computer here to just look at some contracts and just look through some of them while here in our offices. Something like that would be nice, in addition to looking through some papers. Like I said, I don't have the time to go through every paper, and I trust what you're doing, but I feel like also at the same time as a representative of the people who says like, yeah, I do have oversight over these things, yeah, it'd be nice if I exercised it every once in a while, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's fine.
Yeah, and just to, you know, to highlight for the board as well, we just finished our FY '25 audit with, you know, the field work was done with the auditors, so again, a lot of this, of how we organize things is in mind for we're going to be audited and to make that process easier. So they come out and they, you know, multiple people are here for about a week, and they know where things are in my office, so they'll come in and go through the accounting records there. Again, it's been very helpful that we've made some strides with the scanned contracts and so forth. We had a public records request recently for all of the contracts and change orders related to the fire station project, and it was not necessarily easy, but it made that process a lot easier to go through, to compile all that information and put it into a zip file and email it off. And then at the same time, because what the auditors wanted to look at all of the contracts and change orders related to the fire station, so it was not duplicative, but it made that process easier. So I am proud that we've gotten that off the ground anyway.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to hear that.
So, in line with this discussion, I copied some pages from the Mass Municipal Association, and one of the things that it suggests is, it says the town accountant prepares a monthly budget report of revenues and expenditures of all town funds for the select board and the finance committee. maybe every month is too much, but do you think would be reasonable there? And is it something that we think would be helpful?
Well,
To get kind of a simple budget report every now and then?
yeah, well, I mean, we go through a monthly closing process for the books. We balance cash, make sure receivables are balanced, and we produce a revenue report and expenditure report that we give to the town administrator. So, again, there's no right or wrong. I mean, we could produce reports. It's just
Time.
the time.
So that's what I'm saying. What do you think would be reasonable? Quarterly or
Yeah, so again, the
monthly would be easier?
the question would be like, I guess we'd find out what the questions and discussion would be and work that gets driven by giving those reports out, because giving a budget report mid-year, there's not much actionable to do with it. You know, that it's informative, but it's not really something actionable for anybody beyond the department head that's charged with their individual departments within that report. So could it be monthly? Yes, we are producing a monthly report anyway.
I think he's saying he's happy to give it to us monthly as long as it doesn't prompt a bunch of unnecessary questions.
I kind of heard it's not going to be that helpful.
That's what I meant. That's another way of saying it. We never ask unnecessary questions.
Okay, if we promise not to. It's up to the board. I mean, it's.
Currently electronic?
Yeah, I mean, we generate it in a PDF form, but.
I mean, I think it's helpful in the same sense that, like, it's different, granted, quite different, but we get reports from the police department, we get reports from the fire department. I read them, I look through them a lot, especially the data that's in there, and now it's in my head, and now I move on with life.
But this is a departmental budget, so the budget we're working on now. So there'll be various line items, and it'll be their equipment expense, their da-da-da. Well, I mean, they might not expend for 6 months out because software isn't available, or whatever.
100%. I understand that on a 12-year budget, you
Yes.
might spend the entire 12-year budget in month 12 because of blah, blah, blah. So just because you're 11 months in and have spent zero of the budget doesn't mean you're going to
Yeah.
have the money left over. I totally, like, I've managed budgets on an annual basis and figure out where you're going
If
along the way.
that's what you want to see.
I think it would be
then-
helpful.
Yeah.
And I'll try not to abuse the information in terms of peppering with questions, but
Yeah.
Well, if it's not too difficult, and we can reevaluate in 6 months, and your department can say it's too onerous, and we'll figure something else
I
out.
mean, at the same time, I mean, our goal here is to be transparent and to share that, we're not hiding anything. We're trying to produce helpful documents for folks, not, to give them a
Yeah.
90-page report to look at monthly.
But
Thank you.
another thing that would be very helpful from our standpoint, if you really want to get involved in the budget, you're either going to have to watch after the fact, the appropriations meetings or the financial planning, because they dissect it. So everything is detailed. There's numerous questions asked. So for us to regurgitate everything, and be, just double, it's just inefficient. So I think if we can make a pact to even we have liaisons, right? Somebody, who's appropriations?
I'm financial planning.
Your
I
financial
don't think we
planning.
have anyone on appropriations.
don't?
I
I'm
looked
sure
at-
you do.
Or even if somebody,
You should.
I'm sure you do.
I'm sure we do.
I looked up the liaisons the other day.
Appropriations.
That would be,
it's not me.
yeah.
I don't think it's me. Gosh, I hope not.
But it's that would be so helpful, because then you'd have all of the numbers, you'd have the questions, that would maybe spark new questions. So we'll all be looking at the same thing live time,
I think that's right. I think what you get to do is you get the rhythm of the business. And
Right.
you're able to go, and I think that's the sort of, and it doesn't come without paying tuition. Like,
Yeah.
you need to go and actually look at some data, get comfortable with it, get comfortable with formats, and there's a lot of value in that.
Yeah.
And then just getting your instincts down. So for me, I think it's a nice step. I am looking forward to the appropriations, financial planning, budget setting process in general. So I think the whole thing is kind of feeds in a virtuous cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so too, I just wanted to point out as well that we try to maximize what we put into those packets for the financial planning when they review these detailed budget requests, for appropriations being the operating budgets, and for financial planning, the capital budgets. The online, now, if you go back in time through their agendas, there's a second link there for their packet, and there's some pretty detailed information in there and submissions from the departments that are included there.
As a former financial planning committee member, I thought it was very basic, and that's not a criticism. I thought it was very easy and basic. I didn't think there was a lot of analysis in there. I thought there was some line
well.
items and years and some. I'm really interested to see what appropriations does, because the meat of it's the operating budget. Like that's where I want to get a better understanding of the financial planning stuff. I think people can get comfortable really quickly what's in there. Appropriations to me is a bit of a maze because I just haven't been involved in the process.
To me, can I just jump off that? The most difficult part about appropriations in our operating budget, to me, is linking all of our various DPW separate departments and how they are all very interrelated, and sharing costs here and there, and like getting my head around it all.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, because sometimes there's the split between
Right.
departments, and then there's the enterprise, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. But I think it will help you to just sit there and go, and they go by, piece by piece.
And I do, by the way, I watch
I know,
too many
I've
meetings.
seen you,
I watch
yes.
a lot of meetings.
Yep, but it's good.
Yeah, yeah,
Because then you kind of, start to digest it, and then that, like I said, sparks new questions, and it's good. It could be something that we didn't think of, that we could change, or, yeah.
So, John, I have a question for you. One of the things that I was reading, and it's in the literature I copied for you all, when it talks about the CIP, Capital Improvement Plan, one of the steps it suggests is to prepare an inventory of existing capital assets.
They've been talking about that in
We've done it for a
financial
while.
planning.
Yeah, that's something that, so when I was on, this one thing I wanted, like, we were just getting there, we are just starting to find our rhythm a little bit. But like, do a site visit to the DPW and see the trucks, right? 'Cause that's a big part of our budget. And then have a physical asset count and see we should know what all our fixed assets are. And that, what I'm listening to right now, listening to the financial planning meetings, and you're probably I missed the last one.
Yep.
But those discussions have been happening. I want to hopefully.
Well,
they
the
turn into
first
action.
one was last Tuesday, the fire department.
Yeah.
Yep, so they have 2 requests. I was gonna talk about that after, but go ahead.
For the fire department.
The ladder and the something.
Oh, no, that's next year. That's
Yeah,
next.
so they have 2 requests in
sorry.
the CIP.
Yep,
There's another conversation about the fixed assets of everything we own that aren't asks. Like, so we have a projection over years of capital we need to buy and replacements, so we
Yep.
have a schedule.
Or maintenance of existing assets.
Maintenance.
That could prevent having to buy it.
And that was some of the conversations I've been hearing is like, okay, let's talk about some of the maintenance records and things like that to better understand. Are we actually getting our useful life of these? Or are we saying, hey, we said this year, let's just do it because it's in the budget? Creating some tension there. And
Right.
I thought Chief Griffin did it, last time when I was on there, he volunteered not to get a detective car replaced
Right.
because he's like, I can
Right.
get by on that. And it wasn't-
it's a fine, I get it, and I think in a lot of instances, we could push it out. But unfortunately, it takes so long to order something and for it to come in,
Yep.
and then it's like, oh, an ambulance, I mean, you can't,
Well, I see
ambulance
that
is an
clearly on the
ambulance, but-
fire station's request with ambulances and big trucks.
Right.
But 2 things that Chief Griffin did. One was detective car. The other, he's getting a year extra out of all his police cars. He changed the way he approached it when he came in. I
Right.
thought those were just really thoughtful approaches.
Right, yeah.
I go to the DPW one and I'm just like, and I look at the trucks and I'm like, and then I look at how other towns procure trucks and some buy used and this other stuff. I'm like, do we have a smart procurement policy? And I look at that. I looked at our on Facebook the old fire truck that we're giving away to another town and how great it is and how great it runs and all this stuff. I'm like, oh my God, we got a couple more years out of that. So there's some of these situations I think we need the appropriate amount of attention when
Yeah.
we're starting to talk this, and I think that's what the current financial planning committee. It sounds like that's conversations they're having.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Okay.
So I would just point out that it sticks in my mind, but the September 2nd was the initial meeting with financial planning, and that packet has all of the budget requests,
Yeah.
the initial ones. They'll get revised, and I'm pretty sure more detail got put into the fire department's request that came forward at the last meeting. I think more detail got put into that one. But the workbooks that we produced and gave to the departments was designed to kind of answer these questions up front and have the department heads think about answering those questions, like what would be the financial impact of postponing this purchase? Like, would it lead to like unending maintenance costs, because there is like an optimal time to replace a piece of equipment in time, because there's maintenance costs go up like this.
Totally.
And the useful life goes down on a curve. There's examples abound for that, but your point is that we tried to listen to some of the feedback that we got from the committee while we were going through these meetings, and tried to design the budget workbooks with that in mind.
And I do like the fixed asset approach. Let's understand what we have, not just what's up, but go and actually start to look at those. So I think all those things are useful that they're being discussed at the committee level.
Yeah.
But the discussion I've been dreading is we maintain a schedule of fixed assets for our financial statements, but it's a paper exercise. And that's one thing that gets done for our audit and our financial statements, because it's a GASB statement.
Yeah.
And what I would be dreading would be bringing that out into the open and comparing that to the actual budget requests and so
It's
forth.
funny when you
and
do
trying
that.
to
We did
tie
that years
them.
ago, and I was very young, and we looked at the fixed asset ledger, and we looked in how much stuff we couldn't even find, and then how much stuff we found that wasn't on fixed asset. So like the exercise
yeah.
does have its value when you look at capital equipment, and this was similar.
I have a feeling that GASB 34
Yeah.
was, we're getting the hundreds of GASB statements now, but GASB 34 was in the early 2000s. So when that statement took effect, that changed the way financial statements looked for governments in a big way. And one of the problems that happened then was they had to value all these fixed assets that people had. So a lot of people, and we worked with the same consultant for a long period of time to update the capital plan. And a couple of years ago, unexpectedly, the gentleman passed away, so we had to do it in-house rather than working with him anymore. But that was like a last-minute thing, that we would give him our invoices, and he would plug them into the spreadsheets and depreciate them for the books, because again, we're not a business, we don't have tax benefits we're tax exempt, so we're not worrying about tax liability and trying to depreciate, have expenses that are depreciation on the books or anything like that. But it's something that happens as a result of GASB statements, that we do those exercises on an accounting basis. But yeah, that was the problem, is that you value the cost of a computer back in 2000, and that computer's long gone now, like in 2025. So is it still on the fixed assets? Probably.
Yeah.
It's probably
no.
depreciated to zero. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
it would be depreciated to zero,
That's
but
a lot of work.
that's what I mean in terms of like an exercise like that. And we'll get to it, but maybe not immediately.
Jason, you mentioned the workbook that you give to all the department heads. Would anybody be interested in seeing just a blank one?
Well, aren't we
Do you
gonna?
have?
Yeah,
That to
I mean,
them.
that was like
Next.
kind of the timeline of when these things rolled out, like last year around the same period of time. We rolled out an example of the budget instructions that we're going to give to departments, and we segregated this round, we're going to segregate the capital from the operating budget. We conceived of it as one workbook last year, but that had some challenges to it.
And it does have a head count. We will show, of course, actuals. I know that was one of your questions.
Yeah, well, maybe some history, like
Yeah,
a few
we-
years plus actuals.
I think we would,
Within the workbooks, I mean,
Yeah.
we do generate that information
You had
that
a
way.
nice one at the.
Yeah,
I
so-
thought your format was very clean.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. But that information for all the departments, I mean, we plugged in a 5-year history of personnel for each department in their workbooks that we sent out last year. And typically, we update that every year.
Yeah, that would be great to start to show in that consistent
Yeah.
format, so we're all looking at it.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it can just prompt discussion.
Oh, but as well, in terms of like the history of expenses, we do plug in a workbook, an Excel workbook into the budget workbooks. There's a tab that has the history, the past 3 completed actual years plus 6 months typically goes in it for the current year, plus your budget request for the next year in comparison. So that is a pretty standard format that we've been using in past years.
Great, that's great.
Yeah, so we'll have that, our next meeting. We'll show you a copy of it.
So I guess just test for understanding for me, do you see a change in the approach of what direction you're providing or materials you're providing to Appropriations Committee from prior years?
Well,
She wasn't here last
he's better
year.
to speak to that than I
Yeah.
am, but I know the new parts that we integrated because of last year's comments. So I'd say they were critiqued a little bit, yeah.
What do you think, Jason?
Well, yeah, I mean, it has evolved. I mean, it used to be a very centrally driven process where a budget request would go into the administrator's office, and then I would typically work with the administrator on putting together a very common looking format for the budget and wordsmith it to death and bring the budget document to the Appropriations Committee. That became impractical, especially the year that in 2025, the FY25, that year was probably the most fraught budget because we didn't start till mid-January. And that was more of a triage of just getting to what was most important and getting people like the spreadsheets more than a clean, consistent looking word processing document at the end of it. So that's kind of how it's evolved into, we're trying to listen to what people actually want.
And I'm sure it's gonna change from year to year. I mean, it depends if there's like new appropriation members or, everybody wants something a little
Well,
different.
I think the town administration staff can provide a consistent format, set expectations, best in class and how to do this. Like, I think those are things where the value can really shine. You always can get some feedback, but if you're, like, it should be an evolution where you're continuing progressing and not just recreating every time you have someone on a committee.
Oh,
or
yeah,
new-
that's what I'm saying. You can add to it. you
Yeah.
know. But what we're trying to do is give the committees the most detail we can give them. So whether it's, a fleet request, why, what are the options? Like Jason was saying, is it life or death emergency? We need this. Is it, can you rent this instead of purchase? So we are, going to hold them accountable to each and every ask. And I think they know that they're working with us. They're getting very detailed about their requests. So it helps and it saves time because then the committees are able to look at the requests and they already have all of the information. Why are we replacing this? What are we replacing it with? When do they expect, to actually take in this new piece of equipment? And so it's helpful to us because, it's not back and forth on email, asking questions. They already have most of the information.
And I think financial planning is helpful because you get a look, call it a 5-year look, and you can see what's
Mm-hmm.
coming, so you can see what changed. Well, you initially thought this, and kind of the interplay between the two.
Right.
So I think that's interesting. Like, I always go back to the hook and ladder example. Like, we had hook and ladder truck we almost bought because we almost spent $370,000 on it, and then we never asked questions and found out that the actual members of the DPW didn't want all the hassle of taking this thing apart all the time. And that's the diligence I think we should be doing as opposed to, and that was like a 3-2 vote and it passed, and then we wound up using it to fund the police station siding and the painting.
Right.
So, but that's an
yeah.
example of like, we need to be better up front because like that should have been vetted out better up front. And that's why I want to
Yeah,
get, that's
and
why I
that's
want to
why
get
we
to.
ask all the questions.
Yeah.
Yep, and it's true. It's, you know, we're, now every single request is, I hate to use the word scrutinized in a negative way, but it's a positive way. Just like the applications that I implemented for, you know, grant requests, where we're getting ahead of it. So we can see, you know, in the future, what costs that we're going to incur.
Do we have a schedule of, I didn't realize that actually that some of the financial planning presentations have happened.
Oh, just
Just one.
fire
No,
department.
that's good.
Yeah.
And that's a compliment. Like we were doing this like February last year. Like this is great. We're in front of it. Do you have a schedule of like key for both appropriations and for?
I gave it
I
to you
think I saw
guys
that.
recently, and it may have
Mary Mo?
changed a little bit. Yeah, I sent it in an email. It was
Okay.
just financial planning, and then appropriations. They're starting like,
The November 25th is
The
when they're
25th,
starting.
yeah.
But that's when they would discuss who they want to see. And in prior years, there hasn't been so many meetings. In the past 2 years, I think
Bless you.
every single department's come before appropriations to discuss their budget, whereas in prior years, they haven't seen every department
Just
in
like
those
the
prior
heavy
years.
hitters, yeah.
So there is, you know, the FY25 budget, was just talking about what a fraught year that was because it started so late. But in defense of that year, we did meet, you know, the town administrator and I Tim and I met with every single department, and before they went, before anybody else, he had reviewed every budget document that went forward. We met with every single department, and it was very encapsulated and it was very short period of time, but there was a lot of information shared during that period of time, short period of time. The next year was kind of similar, but it was a little more lengthier, and Steph and I met with every single department, and I believe every single department did come before appropriations that year as well. So Steph
Yeah, I
reviewed
think
everything.
most of them did.
We did meet with, I think we met with every single department,
Yep,
you know, together.
we'll
and-
do it again.
And we'll do it again this year as well. But, I mean, to that end, there were some that were just like, if you didn't ask for too much and, you know, you're a smaller department, then you probably weren't going to get any attention at all. You know, so that's kind of changed in the past couple of years.
Okay, anything else on financials? Stephanie, you have some financial goals,
Yes.
which
yep.
I think are pretty consistent with,
I know, that's what I said. I was pleased. Well, I mean, it's not a shock that we're all on the same page financially. Yep, just basically, where's mine? Okay, capital planning, you know, we were talking about from 6 years to 10 years. And we said we really don't have to change it in the code if we don't want. And we've discussed this before, to be honest, 5 years is more of a realistic
Nothing.
number, because you know, you can gauge it. 10 years, I mean, from 5 to 10 years, everything could change, but we have been doing that, the 10 years.
I think it's brilliant.
And then the $25,000, so that was, you know, a bone of contention before. If there's anything that is being, you know, taken out of appropriations for 25,000 and over, it'll be brought to the select board before anything happens. Let's see, what else did I have? Pretty much every, you know, sustainable use of free cash, ensuring one-time revenues, as always, stabilization and reserves, maintain and strengthen the stabilization funds. That, of course, helps us with our bond ratings. We don't want to, you know, overlook that. Debt management, monitor existing debt schedules and incorporate new project financing in a way that balances affordability with infrastructure needs. We talked about that. Transparency and coordination, you know, just make sure that we're all on the same page, all of the committees, administration, select board. general priorities, I had, for West Main Street, the reuse of the existing fire station, town hall improvements, that's, very important. White Cliffs, now we switched to an ownership partnership with Elegant Banquet, so I'm seeing that through. MSBA Peasley School Project, that's ongoing. Community engagement, just, we love participation. We want everybody to weigh in. It makes our job easier in the end. Communication with boards and committee and staff, again, unified front, economic development, sustainable commercial growth, formation of an economic development committee, that we discussed that tonight. And just marketing ourselves in general. I mean, we're in the best location. We have a lot to offer, and I honestly see us as a pretty strong community in the future years, and I'm excited to make that happen. And yeah, just basically, in conclusion, everybody work together, and, we'll have a lot of hurdles, but I think we'll be very successful. Is it pouring?
I think
That's
it's,
some fun noise.
Of course, I just brought my
rain?
raincoat,
I know.
Or wind.
like in my
or both.
car.
I don't know what that is.
Can I add one thing, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
And I really echo those sentiments. I think that, there's a lot to look forward to, and I think that we're working well together. One thing that I didn't want any of us to forget is we did vote on a policy for the fire station budget so we got to make sure we're paying attention. By we, I'm looking at me and you two, figuring out, making sure that we're not going to get surprised with a contract that we've entered that is going to tap into the 6.5 without coming before this board first.
Oh, yeah, of course, yep. Jason already has a separate line item for that.
Yeah, I mean, we're carrying a project budget on our books, and the design of that was to be able to reconcile with the OPM's reports that they're giving at the meetings.
And I did ask him at the last meeting, what happens if the OPM contingency runs out, but we still have design contingency? And the answer I got at the last meeting was the OPM can take design contingency.
Right, because their project budget is an evolving document that is just there to be informational.
Right, and help forecast.
And so, again, some of the points that were made about that project in particular were that we will have to come back before the board to request for more cash flow beyond what we borrowed in the bond. We're gonna have to come back to the board. I mean, it's a foregone conclusion that we will have to, because we tried to borrow the minimum amount we would need for the project.
Because some of the expenses, what we know won't come due for.
Correct. We tried to time it
Yeah.
with the cash flow of the project. So, in 27, we will probably need to issue another bond at some point, or 28.
Yeah, and if I could just clarify my no new debt until Peasley, I think we understand.
Yeah, no
that
new debt
within the scope-
authorizations.
Yeah, within the scope of this project, hopefully not tapping into the 6.5, but even without tapping into the 6.5, we haven't taken the full amount of debt to pay for what we expect the project to cost, right?
Correct. And we will have to work through the process of the rebates with the
Right, of course.
utilities. So those are a big, $2 million, plus or minus $2 million that you may need.
I'm hoping we can convince the federal government that we're a brownfield and give us another 10%,
Well, that would be nice.
right?
Jason, I remember a couple of years ago, the auditor mentioned that a town budget should have a recommended percentage of debt. If you go too low, it indicates to the bond rating people that you're not investing in your town. If it goes too high, could you just, what
Yeah,
were
I mean,
those-
I think that was a rough number, somewhere between 5 and 10% of your
10%.
operating budget should be debt service. And that kind of coincides with the town's internal debt policy that it has, that it won't incur debt beyond, I think it's 5 to 10%, 8 to 10% or something in that neighborhood. I forget off the top of my head. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah,
but
that's what I remember too, yeah.
But the point of that ties into why we do a 10-year, why we've expanded the capital plan to being a 10-year outlook, to try to envision when the town would be safely incurring more debt. Like, you know, we were down to, below 3%, of the operating budget before we entered into the fire station debt.
Do you know what that's put us up to?
Oh, I still think it's like 5%
Yeah.
in that neighborhood. I mean, it was a major increase to go from 2.5% to 5%, but it's within our debt policies, and it's affordable from that perspective. Not that it's hard to say it's affordable to somebody that's paying the tax bill, but it's affordable under that measure that was adopted, for a long-standing period of time.
Right. And in terms of the Economic Development Committee, which I think we're all in agreement about, I'd like to see that, I don't know about you all, but as soon as possible. We get a lot of opinion statements of, there's so many vacancies downtown. Well, it'd be nice to know in actuality that kind of information.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and kind of on top of that, right now, sort of economic development has that space has been eaten up with White Cliffs. It's going to probably move over to 4 West Main and then the fire station, but there's other vacant properties
Yep.
throughout the town and other parts
Yeah,
of town.
I do have a list.
And ones that we don't own, right? So like, once
Yeah,
we
commercial.
utilize the underutilized buildings we own, you can only fire that gun once.
Yep.
Right? You can only bring in additional revenues and monies on those sort of one time and make that new revenue once. And then I think it's important to have that economic development piece, not just for downtown, but the town in its whole, just because, right, we don't have a lot of development, land that can be developed left.
Right.
So if we want to encourage economic development, finding ways to get current businesses, current landowners to invest in their businesses, in their properties, to expand, to improve, because we don't really have much where else to go. And once we've sold off the underutilized properties that we own, that's it. There's no sort of plan to continue to pick these up. So once that's done, we need to have that long-term, consistent and
Right, the efforts to either
Right.
keep our businesses where they are and make sure that they,
right, and a big piece of that is downtown because it gets a lot of attention.
Right.
But there's a lot of other parts of town, industrial, commercial,
Yeah.
that, we would love to collect more property tax to have by having a successful
Yep.
business there and having expansion.
We do have businesses that shutter too, right? Like Applebee's.
How do you lose
Oh,
an Applebee's?
Yeah, I mean,
That's weird.
right?
Yeah.
So I know it seems odd. But I do see the economic development. It's like,
going out of
what are the things we can align with what the town values and think about? Like, for me, that's a good tax incentive rather than like, $50 billion publicly traded companies. Like, that's a tax incentive I think is pretty smart. Like, is there something we want in here that we can encourage can we encourage those entrepreneurs or proven business folks to come in so that the economic development, the purview of the economic development committee is not going to be just, town-owned property, although we have that right in front of us. There's going to be a lot of opportunity in terms of how we kind of build this thing and we kind of align on it. Because I think Northborough, to your point, super strategic town if you're a logistics company. So if you're shipping stuff, 495, 290 Pike, so we've got this vibrant logistics economy that you can see based on the amount of trucks and the amount of trucks that are parked. There were 14 the other day parked on Bartlett, 2 facing the wrong way. I was going to send you guys a text, but I didn't, but that's a problem. I'm on a little bit of a tangent. But the Amazon's got that issue going on. So that's a problem of economic development. Now we got to think about enforcement. Do I really want to call the police station to enforce it every time I pass by? Not really. I just like them to stop doing it. But there's these economic development add-ons we got to think on. Not just what we're doing in economic development, but what does it do to our community? And make sure we're partnering the right way with companies. And I think the economic development's got a really great charter once we kind of flesh it out, because it's going to be like a bunch of stuff that falls under economic development. It's not related.
But it is related.
It is related. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So just piggybacking off of that, so I totally support the proposal by Laura to have this committee. I know that it's been suggested to have a director. I'm not quite in favor of that yet, just because of cost more. But maybe eventually an Economic Development Committee will prove the need for a director and that it will be useful. I would add to that comment, carefully crafting the mission statement or the charge for that committee, I think is really key to it being successful, because it can be really easy as a committee member on one of these committees to show up to a meeting that you're appointed to and you're so excited and you're like, what exactly is it we're doing? You know? And then it can kind of maybe go
off on its
on a
own,
different
yeah.
direction, and then we have people taking orders from committees that weren't even informed by us. You know, that's the kind of concern that I don't want it to spin off into. And I think a careful crafting of the mission or the charge for the committee, so that anyone who joins a committee 3 years from now joins the committee and is like, gee, now I know what to do. I know what to contribute to this committee, and I'm excited about it, you know?
Yep, okay.
I'm not saying I have a good suggestion on what it should say.
Yeah,
Smart.
yep.
There was something that you said that also rang a bell. We also have to establish some guidelines about TIFs, so that when we have requests, it's not just going to be some random yes or no.
Right, yeah, like Marlboro says, okay, they base it on job.
Yeah.
There's a hand raised.
There's a hand raised. Hi, Aaron.
Oh, here we go.
Aaron Hutchins, your hand is up. Would you like to chime in
Hi,
here?
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so Aaron Hutchins, 91 Brigham Street. I'm just chiming in to see if it's possible, if I could offer my public comment prior to your reports, because I have a conflict, so I don't know that I can stay on a little bit longer.
I'm fine with that. Everybody's fine with that. Yes, please.
Okay, great. I appreciate the indulgence, and I apologize earlier for the poor communication. I'm traveling at the moment, so it's difficult for me to maintain a stable connection. But anyway, I'm appearing before this board again for the second time to make a comment in relation to the contaminated soil that continues to be removed from the fire station building project. I was appreciative of the recent fire station building committee in which Mr. Jones interviewed Bob Berger, and there was a lot of helpful information that was shared. I'm hopeful that all of you watched that. I just continue to not understand why you do not have this issue on your agenda. This is a $2 million issue that should be being addressed by you. And I find it disingenuous that the elected members from this community are basically saying to the residents, in a sense, we don't care about this because it's not on our agenda. And even if you tell me, well, we're doing work behind the scenes, we're gathering information, it needs to be a public. I just heard all this talk about transparency, and this is not something that is transparent with the citizens. The whole reason that the $6.5 million that you went after, the whole reason you went after that is because of this contamination cost that has gone up. Nothing that was presented in the special town meeting to approve this fire station project included the fact that we would have to remove all of this contaminated soil. They said the site was clean, and technically, legally, they were correct, but a structural engineer or an architect or whoever was involved in the building could have told you that the contaminated soil would have had to have been removed because it's not substantial, it's not able to support the building. So with all due respect, I heard Mr. Tijan's comments last meeting. He wants, the facts to come from the town administrator. With all due respect, I think you have all the facts from the fire station building committee meetings that have taken place. And I just don't understand why this board is not acting on this. And I'm getting frustrated by it, as you could probably tell. It's a $2 million cost to the town that we should not have had to incur. Or if we had to incur it, it should have been part of the presentation that we would have approved at that special town meeting, and it was not. So again, I am pleading with you to get this item on your agenda recurring until it's resolved. There needs to be accountability. The town residents deserve to know that they essentially were duped into this $2 million bill. So that's my public comment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. do you want to discuss right now? Should we have this as a standing agenda item until we come to some conclusion?
Can I give
Jason?
my 2 cents?
Yeah, Jacob.
From my perspective, being one member of this board, I don't plan to stop talking about the accountability issue until we've gotten some accountability. And I'm specifically referring to, just so we're clear, there's a lot to talk about, but specifically referring to the frequently asked questions were misleading.
Sure.
And a comment made by one of the fire department staff members was misleading at town meeting. Those are 2 very, very clear black and white examples. And I think we should have it as an agenda item, and I'll keep tooting that horn till either accountability happens or I get voted off the island. So, thank you.
Can we make sure it's?
Yeah, I wrote it down, yep.
And it should be, I think we do need to have it as a recurring item until it's somehow resolved. Even if it's nothing, we haven't gotten any further information or anything, just to make a statement about where we are with the research. Okay, all right. So back to goals. Seems to me that we have some actionable items and some good goals for finance. Are we ready to?
I have
Yep.
one more specific goal.
Good.
And that was probably economic development. And that was to form a negotiation subcommittee, similar to do with others. And the way I would describe it would be to negotiate without authority on town-owned properties, in this case, for West Main and the current fire station, to report back to the select board in order to get authorization, so we can have a clearly defined negotiation process which we operate in that's consistent with our negotiation strategy.
What about, every sale has to fall under 30B, so it has to go out to a RFP process. I think that's where the board, or maybe even the public, could come and become, involved in the process, the RFP process of what we're gonna put out there on the street, but we have to operate under the confines of 30B, so.
I totally agree. That's not the ask. So like, I don't think we changed anything in the way we engage. I don't think we changed anything in RFP.
Yeah.
It's once we are in a negotiation, then we have a negotiation subcommittee that does that negotiation without authority that comes back to the board. So,
With the town administrator.
totally fine. Yeah. Yeah, and better coordination on that and better alignment with the board. I think it's an important step because we do have some big stuff ahead of us and things that could, be funding mechanisms for things we want to do in this town. So, and that don't have the same restrictions as having to pay back CPA. So I think there's some things in front of us that we have to be advantageous on with 4 West Main and with the current fire station that are consistent with our master plan, consistent with some of the investments that are being debated tonight. So I'd like to see that take form.
Well, I think we'd have to really figure out who takes the lead in those negotiations
Well,
and,
from my perspective, that's Stephanie.
yeah,
Stephanie
me,
is
from
the
my
lead in those
perspective, too.
negotiations.
Yeah,
I wouldn't agree with a
And the legality
subset.
behind it, I just have to, look into how far a separate committee, because of procurement, can actually involve themselves. Ultimately, it's town meeting that will approve or deny a sale.
So again, like what we're trying to get to is the best possible outcome from a negotiated agreement. So to be very clear, it would be once we have once we have entered with the party and said, okay, we want to pursue a deal. At that point, the negotiation along with the town administrator subcommittee would work together on negotiation strategy and kind of like what the parameters in which we want to negotiate are, again, without authority. Authority still it's with the select board. But it's not in terms of it's talking about from when you have, call it, a letter of intent to getting to a point where you have a definitive agreement. So something in that timeframe, not anything town meeting still plays its town meeting purpose. RFP still RFP, but it's really that block that we've just experienced.
So how do you really think that's going to go? You have a committee that's, going to come up with one final result, right? And then that one final result goes to a 5-member select board. And you guys know how you can be. So it could be majority, it could be.
This is on John's. I mean, we have interview subcommittee, and I think almost every time we accept the recommendation of the interview subcommittee.
Well, I mean, not every time, I'm sure.
But maybe not every time, and maybe not every time the full board would accept the recommendation of the negotiation subcommittee. And I think it's a great idea, and I'm not saying to even put me on it. I'm saying to put John plus any one of you 3 who wants to be on it. That's my opinion. But I think that we experienced a difficulty in negotiation, without getting into any details, by having 5 of us every time on every round of back and forth to give instructions to Stephanie, and she do her best to interpret instructions from really 5 different people. I'm just going to leave it at that I don't think that was the best way to do it. I think if we said, and just in my perfect world, it's John plus any one of you 3, form the 4 West Main negotiation subcommittee, and we say, you guys have the power to, obviously, you don't have any authority to reach any final decision, but you are blessed, just like the interview subcommittee is, to go do some work. It's not deliberation, because there's only 2 of you, together with Stephanie, to help those negotiations happen more smoothly.
I disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little bit, I appreciate the thought on it, and I definitely agree that we need a smoother process for negotiating in the future. But I don't remember, I haven't thought this one through enough to know what the best option is. So I would love it if I could do a little bit more research on that, just to better understand.
Do some
it.
research, because
Yeah.
I'll say this, that we need to do better than we just did.
I mean, it was
Like,
so
and-
complicated for what you went through.
This is the thing. It's true. There's 5 people coming in. You're not part of my daily negotiation
Understood.
going back and
Yeah.
forth. So things come up. If you're available, you're available. If you're not available, you're not available. We have to come together in a public quorum and make sure that, we're following open meeting law. So it's tough. I'm going to tell you this, White Cliffs is entirely different than how 4 West Main would be treated, or the existing fire station. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of liability. There's a lot of, well, let's just be blunt. Well, historic, but we can't afford to do anything with that building. So it's a different fruit
Agreed.
than any other building. So you might not have liked the way it went, but I feel honestly, it's going the way it should have went right in the beginning.
And I think that's where probably we see things a bit differently.
Maybe, yeah,
And
absolutely.
I'm not debating outcome. The outcome's the outcome.
Yeah.
What I'm debating is
Yeah.
process, and debating about alignment, and debating about clarity. And I found there to be significant daylight in that. And some of it can be the board, like the board can own that, but we need to be very clear when we say this is what we're doing. We need very clear, and then do that thing and come back and give the feedback to the board, because you have no authority, and have that conversation in executive session. And I think that's where we found ourselves less efficient and less aligned than we could have been had we set ourselves up a little bit more thoughtfully.
Well, then maybe it would be concentrating on how we operate as a group.
Well, and that's kind of what I think there's definitely room to have a discussion, like an after action on how it went and what worked, what didn't work, what should we maybe do differently. Let's maybe not air that out right now while we're
Yeah.
still technically in negotiate. Well, we are in negotiation.
I'm with you.
We've got as far as we're going.
Everything we did wrong to get screwed up.
It's not that we did anything wrong. We got to an
but
outcome that we're
I'm
happy
being a little
with.
tongue-in-cheek
But
there,
it's just in terms of how efficiently you do it.
No,
how aligned you do
I
it.
agree with you that, yes, we should do sort of an after-action review. What did we do right? What do we think went right? What do we think went wrong? And what do we think to do differently? and we'll have different opinions on that. I don't know if that can be an executive session, because it would affect possible negotiations with other parties down the road. I would rather it, if possible, to be an executive session, just because it's what that discussion's about.
Right.
But,
And let's put it this way, we're talking about, we have to work on working with each other. Imagine adding umpteen more people into this and how difficult it would be.
So, hold on, just to make sure, the subcommittee is just two of us.
I think we need
Not
to,
adding more people.
Not adding more
It's
people.
People from our.
Just like we have an interview subcommittee, which I think is
Oh.
you two.
Being present at the.
Working together.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant an outside
No, 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 no. It's
Okay,
two of the
okay.
five who have the blessing of the five to do negotiation, trusting that what they come back with is something we'll all like, but if we don't, we'll say no. Just like the interview subcommittee does.
And it could be one select board member and the town administrator. I don't know what the rules are, but something where I think it could be an effective structure in which to maximize
Oh.
our position.
So-
I mean,
Anyway.
I'm fine with that. I thought you meant
No, no, we were not
like a
talking about-
whole other
No, no, no,
committee
no,
and
no,
then
no.
bring, okay.
No, no, no,
That's
no.
why I kept saying like,
No, it's more agile than that. It's a more agile way to do it than.
I mean, yeah, I could, that would be great. I wouldn't have any questions about that, because then it's, there's a person that hopefully will be aligned with me in the end, and then we'll bring it to the rest of the
my
board.
gut reaction is that's the chair. Like, we have a chairperson for a reason.
That's me.
Somebody who got elected.
She's like,
Well, no,
oh
but
gee,
somebody who got
thanks.
elected by the board and and has the authority of the board, is already in that position. To me, that would, if you feel like you need to bring someone in, and I would put that purview on you, because you're heading this operation, right? You're
Yeah,
compensating.
yeah,
That's-
yeah,
To me,
I'm
that's your
clear.
big job, and if you feel like you need to bring somebody in that moment, to me, that's the job of a chair or vice chair.
And just, Mike, to clarify, you said the word authority. To clarify, like, the key is to not have authority. So I know you used the word authority, but you do not want, authority is your enemy in negotiation. So you want no authority. The authority lies with the select board.
Yeah.
So that's a
and I
very
agree.
key structural
Yeah.
thing in terms of how you do things. Not that the chair has more authority, but the chair may have more influence, which may not be good, because they're speaking at to your point, a higher authority than the select board, because they're in the chair position. So just something to consider.
One thing is, we don't have to decide it right now. It's on the goal discussion. It was one of John's goals. I happen to think it's a good idea. It's premature to commit to it because we don't have anything in front of our nose to apply it to.
Yeah.
But I still think it's a good idea, whether it was John and Julianne. We don't know what the timeline of when this is going to be and what the makeup of this board is going to be at that time. Hopefully the same, but, the
Yeah.
point is
I think we need
having
to
that idea.
refine it and come up with some, like, strategy and ground rules, maybe, like, when we go into these negotiations, who's going to speak? It can't be all three of us, right? So let's think about this. Laura wants
Yeah.
to do more
Yeah,
research.
we'll think about it.
And,
It's true. Yeah.
I do like Mike's point about if we can just revisit this, if it qualifies for executive session, to be
Yeah.
able to kind of
Yeah,
have this
I would rather have
conversation
this.
and just to kind
Start
of.
with that?
I think we start here executive session and we
I like
kinda-
that idea.
And then we kind of bake it a little bit
Yep,
more. But I do
I like
want to
that.
get out there tonight because this is one of my goals and I
Mm-hmm.
want to try to get clarity if it's something we're going to pursue or not. So I think those are good next steps.
Yeah,
Okay, that's great.
yeah, I like it.
Okay. I'm just going to ask that whoever does the minutes does very specifically, a lot of information about this, because we're going to, I've
About what?
stopped writing. Like,
Goals
we really
discussion.
need all of these
Okay.
items written down.
Yep.
Not a summary,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yep.
Because we'll be using this kind of as our, okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so Stephanie, are you done with, I guess you've completed yours?
Yep.
Okay. And, all right, so are we ready to move on to some of the smaller ones? 2 people wanted as their goal to see more sidewalks.
Yep, sidewalks.
Sidewalks, I was sidewalks.
And I think
Anybody else
that,
interested
I think
in-
Maple Street's already, I think we've
I
made
think
that
we've been,
point. So we're
everyone
good.
seems to be in on the
Yep,
Maple
we're good.
Street.
So we can
priority.
skip right past that one.
So-
Well,
yeah,
actually,
priority- So Maple Street, just so I heard today that it looks like the vision for Maple Street is, we missed the October 17th, that's a tragedy, but we can't.
Well, no,
undo
we
time.
couldn't have done it anyway, Scott was
Well,
saying.
well,
It
we-
just
if-
got
If
the
in May we
plan.
would have said, let's focus on completing the Maple Street design, we would have been ready, but it's,
Okay.
we can't get in a time machine, so. We need to be ready for the next year's deadline for that grant to be ready to then start construction in spring of 2027.
Yep.
And that's gotta be, I think, we gotta do that. So-
and, you know, just like we do a 5 or 10-year plan for capital improvement, I'd like to see if a 10-year plan for sidewalks, so that we're not caught, oh gosh, this grant is coming up, that we have some designs in
Oh, I
the.
thought you guys had
I
a
thought we
list of priority.
Is that on the prioritization plan that was submitted, the 25?
No,
things?
we have a list, but what I think I'm asking for is that we know, we have a plan for doing the design. So it's in the, what do they call it now, the
Queue?
channel, the queue, whatever,
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
the pipeline.
Yeah.
Was there an actual,
Right.
like, timeline for
Yes.
funding requests? Because a
Oh,
lot of them are pending design, like, you need money for the design.
Yeah, let me look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, so sidewalk prior
Yeah, you can't do them all at once, so you'd have to
priority list.
Yeah,
sort of a
A
capital
10-year plan
improvement
for it?
plan for the sidewalks.
that's right. So we're all in agreement with that?
Yes, yep.
Okay. All right. And Peasley, I think we're all in
Yeah,
agreement
yeah,
that
it's definitely touched on.
want
it,
to see
yeah.
Peasley done.
Yep.
The next one is establish a culture of, I don't have the,
Culture of fact, data-driven decisions.
yeah.
I might have written that.
It sounds like you.
Sounds like me.
Yeah.
Leave it.
Well, you know, this is very interesting because in the Complete Streets discussion today, Jacob commented that, you know, we're making statements of if you do this street, it's going to bring in business. But then it came up that we really don't have, I don't know, maybe I haven't gone to any economics classes, but is there evidence that if you build a beautiful street, businesses are going to come?
Oh, I'm sure
I think
there
that's
is.
what you're asking
Yeah.
for,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, okay, so Corey, we all love data because it's facts.
But it's also who it's coming from, right? Like, what, did that come from like a
Yeah.
planner, or did that come from
Yeah.
public comment essentially?
Yeah, 100%, like,
No,
confirmation.
but our decision has to be based on facts.
Yes, it
Everybody
should
has
be,
an
but,
opinion. I mean,
yeah,
it
yeah.
makes sense to me, but a lot of things made sense that really,
I like that goal, and I learned a lot as you've brought this, you know, to our discussions, and I think that as we continue, at least for me, as I continue to learn about it, it's helping me be a little bit aware about my decision-making process, so I appreciate that. And I think it's helped make easier decisions when there's, you know, emotion involved, so I appreciate it. So even just trying to get, like, for myself, more organized in my brain about
yeah,
How-
takes the emotion out of it,
Yep.
which sometimes is not helpful. Okay, you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think I'm going to continue to try to probe on things when they don't foot together. And getting things earlier. I find sometimes we're under these deadlines and they sometimes feel artificial, like that we're putting us, because we're making assumptions about what the other party is going to do before we ask a question, whether it be like, oh, well, can we ask this question or we're not going to get this grant? Like, I think of like the crosswalks, right? We're spending $180,000 to save, to get like a, to get $70,000 worth of crosswalks.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, how do we go and just ask maybe with the state if we can go and phase those or do some and maybe, but we just rushed and we just used taxpayer money and it was voted 3-2. And like, I'd much rather on the decision-making be upfront a little bit more than getting to a point where people are doing it based on emotion because it's important to them. And I think that's where things get blurry for me. It's like, it's important to me, but so is like facts and data.
Well, that's why, again, I think it's so important to have every grant or, or even CPC, because it's their authority to vote on it, but we get to see and think about and discuss, like, what is the ongoing maintenance? What is the, implication further down the line? Because
That's right.
if we do this design right now, will we really have money for construction? Because if not, let's just wait.
Yes, we have many feasibility studies that,
That like disgusts me, not from this town, but from
in
a
general.
lot of towns that, yeah.
Because they're expensive. I mean, it's a
It's-
good exercise, but they're
But it's
expensive.
it's taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
We gotta look at that. I mean, even if it's grant-wise, it could have been used on something else, if we're not gonna.
I say I certainly agree with the sentiment, but as one of the three who voted for it, I disagree with the example.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think artificial deadlines make us act a little bit like, and I just like to test that a bit.
But some are not artificial
Yeah, some
deadlines,
are
and
not.
we might want more
There's
time.
deadlines.
as
There might
much
be
time as
deadlines or an
possible.
email to ask a clarifying question and get it back, but I understand it all.
Yeah.
But knowing that we'd have 10 days to, just somehow on the front end, I think we're all surprised, we all were surprised at the time, we had
Yeah.
so little time to react. So like, how do we not know, like, is there a way we can get in front of this a little bit more? And again,
Yeah.
that's a midstream thing. That wasn't something I saw in the beginning, that's something I just saw midstream and it was an observation. So that's more just.
Oh, yeah. I hate when you press like that. No, really.
Deadlines are tough.
All right, okay. Next is recodification.
That's one of
which
mine.
is happening.
Yeah, that's
Hopefully-
happening. We just had a meeting with, what's her name? She's nice, but anyway, the recodification people. And so they looked at our entire code, and it needs to be entirely restructured. Fortunately, the grant that we had, covers all of that, because if not, that would have cost a lot of money. So she's like, don't freak out. She's like, but there's so many inconsistencies. There's, if you make an amendment, sometimes it has to be through town meeting. If it's regulation, sometimes like this, the zoning, the planning board could make, a regulation amendment, blah, blah, blah. But they have regulations in with bylaws and vice versa, so they have to just, recreate the entire code. So with that, they have 300 questions already, so we're, Damien and I are answering the ones that, we know a lot of them, are just points, hey, we're changing this because of X, Y, and Z, and we just have to hit yes. So everything's on the computer, so it's great. And even if we get a question, and let's say it's like more DPW-wise, we can refer that question via email to Scott, and Scott can, answer it, and then we can put it in notes. So it's kind of like a Google Drive.
Just a quick point on this. We have I'm one of the committees I'm a liaison to, is the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee. I see their last agenda is in 2023.
They don't have a committee.
There's supposed to be 5 members. I see 4 currently there. They're supposed to be appointed by the moderator for 3-year terms. The committee organizes the municipal code as to form, maintains the code in current form, and advises town meeting as to new bylaws, and annually reports recommendations for future legislation to this board of selectmen. I don't think they've done that lately. I don't know what we
Ever.
do about that.
I don't even know who's on it.
I'm looking at them here, but anyway, it is what it is, so I
Okay.
don't know. I mean, it's one of my committees I'm a liaison to that's really easy because they don't meet.
Well, another huge thing they're doing is to make it understandable and easy to read. It is so not user-friendly. It's ridiculous. So with that, it will be easier if we say, oh, we have to, there's so many things like we find like, oh, we have to change this. We'll know the exact section, and then they're also gonna have a, they call it a derivation plan. So basically, it's our code now, and if we're looking at, this certain section, they'll say, okay, go to new section, ba, 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 ba. So people that are, used to one thing can use, they have a reference to get to the.
Oh, yeah, usually at the
area.
end of it, they'll basically be like cross-references to like,
Yep.
old section blah is
It's
now
great.
new section blah.
Yeah, because that was my worry. People are going to freak
Yeah.
out, but at least they have that. Yeah, there were just many points they brought up. And, some things were old, they're, not legal, or, so they.
Let's get rid of the ones that are not legal.
Yep, we did that, yep. So, it's good, it's a long process, but,
Necessary.
oh,
I
very.
guess we have to put on a list of things to get rid of, because we technically have to vote to get rid of them, I think, don't we? Probably. Anyway.
Yeah,
Are
we
you talking
do.
about the committee?
No, I'm talking about illegal bylaws that we might have.
Yep.
Oh,
We have to approve getting rid of them?
The town meeting
Well,
does.
it'll be like amending, da-da-da-da-da, and, yeah.
can we get an update from the moderator why this committee hasn't met since 2023? What's the point of it?
I can give
They're
you a
not
little bit
meeting.
of history.
Oh,
I
okay.
think just past practice, I think this committee, and this actually came up a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
This,
I remember.
They have technically, I don't think they met for a long time, and then I think somebody brought it up. And they have technically, they meet like once before town meeting to review any changes to the bylaws that are going to be in the town meeting.
Oh, okay, yep, yeah.
And they make I remember
And they-
someone standing up and making a recommendation that we not pass something, or, yeah.
Yes, and
Actually, I remember that now, and I didn't like it because they didn't participate in a lot of those discussions where they were weighing in on,
yeah, I
those
remember it
articles.
was, there was an issue at
Zoning
town meeting.
articles.
Yeah,
they were voting down zoning articles, and they hadn't been a part of the planning board and the ZBA
Yes.
meetings.
So one of the things will have to be, I don't know where the authority was, but I'm just reading here, it's appointed by the moderator. So I assume that that's in our bylaws, that's why that is that way. So that would be a bylaw that would have to change. It's not like we could just wave our hands. I'm not saying that that's the
No,
right
no,
thing to
no.
do either. I'm just saying, gee, we have a committee, it'd be nice
I mean,
if it
it's
was
crazy
doing
that
what
they
it's
haven't met.
supposed to be doing.
Well, are we suggesting that this committee hold off until at least recodification, or?
Because it sounds like we're having a professional essentially do
Yeah,
what
what they
most
would've-
of their charges.
Yeah, and I would rather it came right to us then, rather than being filtered through a committee that hasn't met.
Well, but that's, that's something that has to be changed in the.
Yeah, no, but for the recodification, I don't want to
Oh.
get filtered through a group that hasn't met in 3 years, or 2 years.
yeah, and I think I don't know through this process, but there are boards and committees that probably haven't met, that are no longer needed. that
Yeah.
need to
Yeah.
be Updated.
I know we had talked a couple of years ago with the former town administrator about going through that and deciding, but on top of everything else. But in this case, I think let's leave it the way it is and then
At least this
review.
will clean it up
Yeah,
significantly.
I'm excited to
Yeah.
see this.
Yeah, yep, me too.
Thank you for bringing up the other committee, though.
Well, I think we do have to talk to the moderator about this and find out
Yeah, I noted that.
where they are. Okay. All right. So networking, you wrote networking. I kind of did. One of the things that I learned in one of my classes years ago when we used to meet in person is that some towns, once a year, have a representative from each board committee, even, things like the Historical Society, meet together. Everyone kind of talks about what they're doing during the year, and then, give time for people, like there's overlap with some of these committees. And, we're going to be very busy in the next few months, but eventually I'd love to see something like that happen if you're all.
I love that idea.
Great.
And then energy efficiency was my goal, that I'd like to, get an update on our green communities status and what we're doing there. But I think this was a great discussion.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you all. And probably more to come as we fine tune things, but good work, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, okay. So are we ready to move on? Go back to the agenda?
Yep.
Okay. So next is reports. I'll start with you, Mike.
Sure. So some reports from the Youth Commission. They now have a full board of 7 people, have 4 youth liaisons, and they're busy updating their goals for their committee.
Great.
from the Board of Health, have some updates that I think are maybe covered a little bit by Stephanie, just about, they're continuing to discuss chicken regulations, very hot topic.
They're
They'll
continuing
schedule-
to discuss
Yeah,
that?
and then they'll, once they have a
Animal
draft
regulation.
regulation,
Yeah.
they'll schedule a hearing.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, sorry, to the mic. I got, and I presume we all got a couple of
Yes.
emails. Like, okay, maybe we just talk about it another time. Farm animals covers a lot of things. Chicken's one thing, cow is an entirely different thing, and where they're suitable. So, anyway, maybe a discussion for another day, but I'd be interested in where the Board of Health is going with the chickens.
Yeah, the details of it, I'm not sure. But, yeah, it would be interesting to go where, right, and, right, there's different parts of town that are more built in, and, you know, I know I've lived in areas of town where, you know, you have chickens right along your property line, and, you know, and it, some rule and regulation around it would probably, is probably needed without sort of alienating enough people.
Yeah, I think so.
Also, roosters and hens
Oh, yeah.
are totally different as well.
Yeah.
One's loud.
Yep.
But yeah, they also had a successful flu clinic, and we'll have donation bins at different locations for food pantry support in the month of November. I had mentioned earlier that I had forwarded the Safe Route to Schools information that Lori had sent over to school committee, K through 8 chair, superintendent, and assistant superintendent for them to review. I assume they're aware of it, but just so that they knew it was on our discussion topic, so hopefully more communication, more working together will help move any Maple Street sidewalk along. I thought I had another one here, sorry. One sec, let me check my email. The Cemetery Commission has a new member, so good for them. And I believe that'll, I'm done with reports.
Thank you. John?
I have nothing to report.
Can I ask you, when does traffic safety meet? Are you on traffic safety?
I am. I missed the last one. I don't know when the next one is.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe it's been scheduled yet. I haven't seen the email.
Could you bring up our request for like a sidewalk, 5 and 10-year plan
Yeah. for sure.
there?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll
As
take
well
that.
as, I don't know if I should just do this as a resident, but I would love to see some guidelines on sidewalks for design. I have this, it might be my personal thing, but I have done some reading, and there are sidewalks that you feel safe on and sidewalks that you don't.
Right.
And you always feel safer when there's that little buffer, right? Or if it has to be adjacent to the street, I think it should be a wide sidewalk. But if you could just, bring that up.
I'll dig on that. Yeah, it's been basically dealing with moving trucks around town
Yeah,
on the meetings
I
I've
understand.
been to.
Yeah.
The other thing, just on a side note, like, I would love to find a way to slow down traffic on 20 coming into Northborough and through it, kind of how Sudbury does.
Wait, from Marlboro or?
Yeah, and Sudbury has figured out a way to make it so, like, at State Road, you going slow. When you're coming into Northborough, anyone that has a kid driving for the first time thinks their kid's speeding, and you're like, I'm not speeding, Dad, and you look and you're like, oh yeah, it is 45 here. So I think there is a little bit of that's. I'd love to see a novel approach as the town is kind of, or a re-engagement of this town is kind of developed. The Marlboro's developed on that side, like to kind of figure out a way so it's not as fast through town.
Well, you know what, that's another point, because people are putting up their own signs now to slow down. Crawford Street being one. Could you please bring that up?
On it, let me take notes now.
Thank you very much. And I have to give a shout out to Millie Milton, because at C'est La Vie, a couple of weeks ago, she had a person singing and playing saxophone.
Beautiful.
And it was a traffic calming.
That's funny.
And it was a
I
what?
sat out there for.
It was a what?
It was a traffic calming event.
The music was beautiful.
Yeah, he was
That's
really
great.
The
good.
person playing was so talented.
That's awesome.
You'd like hear it all through town.
It was
That's
great.
cool.
Thank you, Billy. Okay. Jacob?
ZBA had a case that's not terribly interesting to report on, very important for the people involved, but not, they're just doing ZBA stuff. Planning board, they're addressing, possibly looking at some bylaws around, storage containers. Discussions ongoing, nothing conclusory there, they just had a pretty lengthy discussion about it. They had a case as well, regarding a driveway. And then they did hear, or they were asked to write a letter of support for the, CPC application for the, thing we've been talking about. They supported that 3-1, wrote a letter of support. And then FSBC, I kind of already reported. You did a great report on the FSBC meeting.
Oh, good, yeah, because I needed to do it
Yeah,
for myself
so you
because I
wrote-
wasn't here.
So for more information, watch it or read Stephanie's summary. Thank you, Stephanie, for
Oh,
saying.
you're welcome, yeah.
Council on Aging, I missed the last meeting, but I'm planning to attend the one they have later this month. Turns out, I am the Appropriations Committee.
Oh, that's funny.
Whoops, so
they
I
haven't
thought it
met
was
yet, have
John,
But you're not getting any emails asking you to come either.
I'm not.
No, they, what did he?
They haven't set-
What day? November?
November 25th.
Okay,
25th.
I'll try to make it and report back. Anyway,
We'll make sure you're in the email group too.
I'll do
That's,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's Scott's the chair, Rogers?
Scott Rogers, yes.
I put that in.
Great, cool. I was just like, yeah, that sounds like a John thing.
Yeah.
You know, for either of those two, which are, we've all identified are very important to us for our goals, if you can't make a meeting, well, you can always watch it, but you know, let us know and maybe the rest of us could attend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Open space, nothing new to report, and then, local emergency planning committee. There was a staff-focused emergency planning event. I won't go into the details, but just keeping us prepared for potential disaster scenarios that the town could. I wasn't even invited because I didn't have the high enough credentials to go to that.
I'll put you on that list.
No, I got invited and then I was told that only certain types of people can make it, so I was told not to come. Fine, I'm not
That's
offended.
sad.
Who were you
It's
told,
fine.
who told you that?
I'll talk later. about
Yeah.
it.
I'm like,
It's fine. I'm not
That's
offended.
funny.
Municipal code and bylaw committee we talked about, and those are my reports. Thanks.
Okay.
I think it's me.
You.
So I just wanted to say, from the Community Affairs Committee, they wanted to say thank you to everyone that had pumpkins for the pumpkin contest, with special thanks to the School of Rock, Northborough Recreation, Children's Orchard Learning Express, Blue Square Pizza, Chick-fil-A, Northborough DPW for the support for the Jack-o'-lantern stroll. They also wanted to say that Buro was excellent, and everybody really had a great time at the kickoff. And then Saturday is Scouting for Food, so you probably got flyers. Please have your food out early. There's a lot of need in the community right now for food, so you can visit the Northborough Pantry page for more details. But please put the food out early, and thank you to all the scouts and volunteers that put up the flyers and that will do the collection and the sorting this coming Saturday. And that concludes my reports.
And I just have one thing to say. A few weeks ago, the Unitarian Church rang the bell for the first time because of the steeple renovation. And I attended the service. It was really beautiful, and we were given this
Oh,
that's
certificate of
nice.
appreciation. So
really nice.
do we have an
Yeah.
appreciation wall that we
Yeah, we
can
can, yes.
hang that?
Yeah, we'll find a place.
Well, that was so nice of them to do that.
Yeah, they are so appreciative, and it's a really great community there. And I know that some people thought had concerns about the project, but I think when we all hear that bell, we're gonna
Yeah.
love it.
Was the turnout good? Did they have a good turnout?
It was, I think it was a busy weekend. It was good.
Wasn't it on a
Yeah.
Sunday?
It was, I don't think that there are a lot of people who aren't members of the church, but it was very lovely.
Good.
Stephanie?
Yes, okay, we discussed Boo Row. Birthday parties are back by popular demand, Northborough Recreation. Families can now book parties directly through Recreation website. Staff handles the setup, activities, cleanup, and making it easy for parents to relax and enjoy the day. Community advocate featured Ally Lane. She is celebrating 25 years in the field of recreation, including more than 2 decades leading Northborough's Recreation Department. She was recently featured in the Community Advocate for outstanding service, leadership, and lasting contributions to community programming. Congratulations, Ally.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Yeah. Northborough Library Community Helpers Storytime Series, November is Helpers Month. Each week, the community professionals will visit to read to children and talk about what they do. The first session, I Am a Dentist, will feature Children's Dentistry of Northborough on Wednesday, November 5th at 11 a.m. with stories and fun hands-on activities. Fire Department firefighter Juliet Leask successfully graduated from the Mass Firefighting Academy. Congratulations, Juliet. Engine 1 was ordered in 2023, arrived the week of October 27th of 2025. The department anticipates completing the training and placing it in service within approximately 1 month. The department's new online pay system, it's new to fire, but used by other town departments, is functioning smoothly. The department has received over 40 applications for its 3 open firefighter positions.
Steph, just a quick question.
Yeah.
It's not in service for a month, the new engine?
Yes, because they have to add all of the equipment and everything onto it.
Didn't we just put our other one on a trailer to go somewhere else? Do we have a,
Yeah, there was a community advocate article about that.
Do you mean the trade-in
The green
for
one.
it?
the green one?
Yeah.
So it's gone, so we're without a tower truck right now?
Yeah, it seems like we have a gap for a month.
No, this isn't, this is engine 1.
What I had interpreted is the green one was being
Yeah, the green
replaced-
one's gone.
was being replaced by engine 1. The new
Right.
one.
Well, I don't know, I'll have to check on that. Yeah, so you're wondering if they're down an engine, right?
Well, down like the most important engine, I think, based on everything that
Okay,
was
let me
presented
ask,
to us.
let me ask that, because
can't
you're
be
right. I know, unless it was a different,
I saw the picture on the
I
truck
did too,
going,
yeah.
And then,
I
yeah.
assumed the two were related, that one coming out. I knew this one was coming in, I just didn't know it had a month of upfitting.
Yeah, yeah. So let me,
Interested in that.
We can ask.
yeah, let me ask that. That's a good question. Building Department final inspections for Spark, formerly Motel 6, are scheduled for early in the week of November 3rd. Police Department, after 13 years of dedicated service, Communications and Records Supervisor Chris Carlton resigned effective October 31st to pursue a new opportunity with another agency. The town thanks Chris for his professionalism and his service and wishes him continued success. Following interviews with 2 highly qualified internal candidates, dispatcher Amy Bullard has been promoted to the Communications and Records Supervisor effective November 1st. Amy has been with the department since 2019 and brings extensive experience, leadership, and professionalism to the role. Congratulations to Amy on her well-deserved promotion. DPW,
Now we need a new dispatcher?
yeah, I know, it's never ending, never ending. No, that's, I have to bring that up next meeting. Okay, that's a good segue. DPW, all 2025 roadway paving is complete. All ARPA-funded crosswalk enhancements are complete. All ARPA-funded sidewalk construction is complete. Mandurat Police Station has been painted. Hallelujah. Health and Human Services, I think somebody hit on that. What's this? Oh, yeah, just the food drive, I just wanted to give you the spots. So donation bins are located at the Town Hall, the Library, Allure Hair Spa, and Central One Federal Credit Union. Lunch and Learn series. Have your lunch while you tune in to a 30-minute virtual Lunch and Learn webinar. Our next session, Healthy Holidays, will be held Tuesday, November 18th at 12 p.m. via Zoom. Registration is required. Visit the Health and Human Services Facebook page for more information. Kraft Family Blood Donor Center Blood Drive. A huge thank you to everyone who participated in the Kraft Family Blood Donor Center Blood Drive, held in partnership with Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and Brigham and Women's Hospital. 35 units of blood were collected. The event team praised Northborough, saying, "What a giving city." Special thanks to Northborough Free Library for hosting the event. Planning is already underway for another drive this spring. Senior Center Trunk or Treat on October 21st went well, featuring participation from several town departments and local nonprofit organizations. This popular community event drew many families and young children in costume who enjoyed the festive atmosphere and, of course, plenty of candy. Veterans Day lunch at the Senior Center will be held November 6th, which will include a special ceremony to honor and recognize those who have served in the military. Temporary food assistance program. The Senior Center will be launching a temporary food program to help seniors meet their basic needs until SNAP benefits are fully restored. Town clerk, the town administrator and town clerk met with the codification team. And is that it? Let's see, yep. Oh, yeah, I just wanted to point out several sections of the code hadn't been even looked at for 30 years. So that's interesting. And just budget, fire department presented to the Financial Planning Committee on 10/28 and had two capital requests. One was to replace a 2015 Dodge 5500 squad-style vehicle and associated equipment which reached its expected 13-year service life. It's $212,000. It was the busiest vehicle in their fleet, responds to the majority of medical emergencies, brush fire service calls. More info was on the FPC project detail sheets. And then request number 2 was to replace a 2014 Chevy Tahoe LS. It's a command unit and associated components or equipment. Expected life of this vehicle was 10 years. That's the one that had body rod, et cetera. That is $98,000.
What year is that car?
2014. Yep, but there's, in the financial packet, there's, all of the details for those two pieces of equipment. That's it.
Are they, where is the SAFER grant staffing going to be brought up? Appropriations or finance?
That will be brought up appropriations.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
And then do we have an update on the municipal land on Lyman, the auction? About who the buyer is?
Oh, no, it's so funny, because I was talking to Kate Donahue. No, I don't. I'm gonna write that down.
I think, yeah, it might be, I couldn't find it searching. I don't know if it's disclosed yet, but I thought it was gonna be disclosed in 30 days.
Yeah, okay, let me,
Passed.
Lyman Street Developer. Yeah, I was so curious about that.
All right. Diane,
I have no report.
thank you.
She usually covers everything.
I know, sorry. Loud mouth.
Okay, public comment. There's no one here.
Is
It's-
NMC Northborough Media Connect? That's
Yes.
us? So it's just us?
So that's just us? Okay. Well, okay, then, let's see, public comment, then future agenda items. I have actually a couple. One, we talked about the banner law on municipal buildings, and we were going to investigate what is actually on the books, right? So if we could get some follow-up on that,
Oh, yeah,
whether the banners are,
If I can just shortcut you, hopefully, or if you're gonna talk to Bob or whoever.
Yeah.
Look at the definition of banner signs. and
Okay.
the definition of signs. That would be where I would start.
okay,
It would
and,
be-
all right? And we agreed that we would have fire station as a standing agenda item.
Can I make one comment on that?
Yeah,
Madam Chair? I don't know if I agree with having it as a standing item. I think it should be an item for future discussion. My concern, one, is especially if we're gonna be going back and looking at, was essentially something missed maybe by somebody we contracted, whoever that may be, business, person, vendor. If there's cause for us to go back and seek possible compensation, to me, that sounds like we're maybe moving towards possible litigation. So I think less is more. I understand some residents wanting this to be yelled from the mountaintop, but I wouldn't want that to harm a possible position for the town. So I think that maybe, if it's possible, in executive session, maybe an update on that, or a discussion about what those steps look like, if that's possible because of possible litigation.
But okay, I guess we need, if we're going that route, we need sufficient,
Data.
yes.
Evidence, yeah.
Right. Well, I thought that's sort of what, right, was the exercise of like looking at the evidence, seeing what Fire Station Building Committee has come up with, what's been unearthed, having our council have the appropriate people look at it and see if something was missed and go from there.
Yeah.
Just to kind of look at it in a proactive sense. But because it's possible litigation, I don't know if it's possible to discuss in executive session. And then if there
It is
was-
if it was in litigation, if we, were pursuing it or going to pursue it, we would take, our attorney in with us to executive session, but.
So if we have a discussion about whether or not it would go to litigation, that's public session?
I would.
No.
My 2 cents would be to have that conversation, you would want to have an attorney advising you
Right.
on whether, what claims you may have, against whom you may have them, and what the cost and likelihood of success would be, and what the possible outcomes would be. All of that's those are all attorney-client privilege communications that would be covered in an executive session. You wouldn't say, hey, we're considering litigating against so-and-so. I mean, obviously, the agenda will have to say whatever the agenda has to say so that people know what we're talking about generally. But again, we'd take legal advice on even what that would need to say. I don't have any specifics, things in mind to Mike's point, but I kind of am agreeing with Mike's point that if one of the courses of action we want to take is in that direction, I absolutely agree with Mike that that's how it should be treated as
Oh,
an
yeah.
executive session
Oh,
item.
it has to be, right?
And just, a review of staff and personnel, what was said at town meeting, what was said on an online FAQ. Again, I would kind of defer to you as head of the staff to determine if there's some issue that needs to be brought up. Again, I would think in executive session, because it could be a personnel issue to our board. It shouldn't be a discussion for open
Right.
meeting.
Yeah.
Agree with that also.
So, yeah, so I'm not against the idea of this coming up as an agenda topic.
Agree.
I just want to make sure.
I guess for an
think it's-
update, but, an update on what's been going on at the site, but, or even financially, we can speak of, where we're at with contingency monies and whatnot, but other than that, if you're talking about somebody's character or,
Right.
yeah, it has to be.
I think under the executive session, MGL, whatever chapter and section that is, that I don't have memorized, like the number one, it includes what Stephanie just said, or any possible discipline of someone. All those things presumptively are executive. You have to give notice to whatever person's involved. They have a right to be there at the executive session
Yep.
or have a representative there for them. And they have the right to ask that it not be an executive session, that it be an open meeting, and that's their call. That's how I read that. in
Yep,
the
you're right.
chapter something sections.
Yeah, it's just, I'm more essentially in a possible open session, what I've already said, but also, right, the Fire Station Building Committee meetings are public, people can go watch them.
Right.
There's a avenue, we're not trying to hide something, we put them on YouTube for, for transparency purposes. Jacob's the liaison to that committee, he does a good job of keeping us updated with his reports, so there's that aspect that essentially it's kind of already almost a recurring topic.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about having it as a open meeting topic where we're just gonna sort of invite public comment for people to kind of tee off on each other.
Yeah, and it might not be the right group to do so. It would be the fire
That's
station.
one concern. Now, you don't want to obviously speech, you can't do that, but
Right.
that would be one of my concerns.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have
I-
otherwise.
I agree with the way you've kind of said things. I do think that the point brought up tonight, though, is kind of like change the way I've thought about it a little bit, in sense of like our responsibility to make sure we're kind of like driving this on a consistent basis to get to a position that we understand, as opposed to just kind of not having it on the agenda. So that kind of opened my eyes a little bit. I'm like, okay, I get it now. An executive session might be thing, but we should drive with purpose and clarity as we do this, and not just kind of keep it in a undefined way. That's the only thing I'd say to the board.
Yeah, no, I'm certainly an open session explaining why we're doing what we're doing within the bounds of what we can disclose. How, for whatever topic that is, but. Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, so
Beating a dead
we
horse
will
there.
be careful. And actually, an update on the fire station and, where we are with the building process, that'd be great.
Yep.
And that too. Okay, so did everybody get an email from Doug Stone about the, I guess they're called robotic?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yes.
an interesting observation.
It is
So
an
for the,
interesting.
just for the,
Oh, yeah,
for
go
the
ahead.
meeting.
Yep.
He said, if the truck is picking up the barrel, the truck can't identify whether you've spent your money on the Northborough garbage bags. So people,
So my understanding, and I know I've watched, the board had a conversation in the past when I wasn't on it, with possibly there was a transition between providers.
we are going to transition
And,
to
and they
the,
were saying, hey, within the next year or two, we are going to be all
The next
mechanized.
Right.
contract. they want.
That's what they
Yeah.
said, if I remember.
And that's how most of the trash.
which is great.
My,
vendors
but
are,
my
yeah.
my take on it, and I could have just been completely missing something, because I read Mr. Stone's email, was, when you do that, you don't have pay-as-you-go anymore. Like, they're kind of internally inconsistent.
No, they're not.
They are?
So, no, I could tell you what Rhode Island does. When I lived in Middletown, Rhode Island, you get a big bin, and you pay, it's a pay-as-you-throw.
Okay.
And then you buy the bags to put in the bin, so you spend $180 and then you
Well,
pay
I guess
$2 a bag.
You don't have to count the bags, because they're gone now, and
So you're paying for that plus the $2 a bag, and if you go and when they dump it, they see like a non-yellow Town of Middletown, Rhode Island trash bag, you get a sticker put on your blue thing that says, didn't use town.
I
Violation.
know
You do.
Some of them have cameras, right?
Well, yeah, so there's some audit, I think, like if they see just like black or white bags following the big yellow bag that's on top, or even worse, if there's no yellow bag on top, I do think there is some.
Okay.
I mean, I do think there's some, there could be, it could be
Oversight,
both for
yeah.
that.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know what their plan is, but at least in the community I used to live in, that's what they did.
The Middletown near Newport.
Middletown, Rhode Island, yeah.
Oh, you're so lucky. Love the area.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is, when, I don't know what the timeline is on this, but I think we need to hear all these details.
Yeah, and
So-
Scott would be the best one to answer.
Yeah.
Who's our provider now? Is it Harvey?
Yeah.
Does Harvey have a policy? And they're like on, like, do they, what I just described is how the, actually how the town does it, to be honest. And they might be outsourcing it, what I just described.
Okay.
But Harvey may have a policy or a process. In my street, I don't see anyone I just see the green bags thrown at the curb. I don't see anyone using any of the stuff to get dumped. I don't know
Yeah,
if you guys.
I think we're all going to have to buy those special barrels, right?
I don't know.
Once-
I just wrote that down.
Was
Okay.
it the municipality who picks up the tab, if that's forced to, if you're forced to use those?
I don't know. We have to, we should probably
I think
start
garbage
to
pickup was
educate
a
ourselves on this.
discussion, right?
Yeah.
As far as
Yeah.
voluntary, so.
Yeah, let me look into it.
Okay,
Some options.
all right. So I have monopolized future agenda items. Anybody have any future agenda items?
Just one, and if it's an agenda item or just an item for discussion, so yeah, an agenda item. Just especially with the way we now have our Zoom set up, maybe a discussion or some ideas around, maybe some more defined parameters around public comment. Just as far as like when we have public comment, how long that public comment should be. Just because, we do have, even though we had I know we had some heavy hitters on the agenda, but we still managed to get close to, well, 10:35, but, you know, just so that we're running an efficient meeting. Yes, we want public input. We are fairly available for public input via email, phone call, you know, whatever. So just a thought I had, because I know other committees like regional K-8 school committee don't necessarily, and I'm not saying we do this, but don't necessarily have public comment per agenda item. It's sort of scattered throughout their.
The beginning
their
or at the
agenda.
end.
Beginning, end, or in the middle, if there is a topic that everyone's there for, you can sort of work it in, but not necessarily per agenda item, to allow just sort of everybody who's in the audience to comment on it.
That dynamic's leaked into this room as well. Like, I think it's not just Zoom. I think that there's people that are basically, I feel we could probably structure it a little bit more.
Right, yeah, I kind of used the Zoom example, but yes, there's people in the room through Zoom. It's sort of like, the public comment has kind of become a sixth member
Yeah,
of the
I think
board.
that's fair.
And again, we want public input. We have a lot of avenues that we can take that. I just think maybe some more guardrails on it might help us run a more efficient meeting.
Okay, so we'll put that on the agenda, and you'll come up with specific guardrails?
And I'll enjoy the public comment on that.
Okay.
I have one more thing. It's more of a request. Steph, through Julian, I requested some information in preparation for our tax assessment.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. So if you haven't received it, just some.
Yes, I received it, so, yeah.
And then if Lee wants,
Oh, but wait, did you answer the question that we had?
I didn't get it. I didn't see an email.
you didn't?
I got a text.
I thought I emailed you.
Follow-up email, I think.
Yeah,
asking-
so basically, even Lee
Can't remember
was
what it was
confused
asking.
because like he doesn't have codes. There was something about codes, you know.
No, what I did is I went right into the vendor we use that has these fields.
Okay,
And what I did the second time, I just sent it this morning or late afternoon, one of the other days of work. But I took the codes we use,
Yeah.
so they're clear, plus the years in which I'd want to have what the assessed values were.
okay, yeah.
And that would give enough information to be able to work with the data.
And do you mean, all, you know, you were saying revenue, you were saying, right, values?
Yeah,
for-
just assessed value, sale date, sale price.
But for every type of,
Yeah,
you know, like Lee said, hey, well, there's, you know, a family that will give $100, you know, to sell their property to another family member. Like, do you want all of that, or?
No, that's okay. That's just one field, but it still has an assessed value and has a sale date. So that's okay if there's a transaction or if there's anything that's not as transparent. I just want all the data that I can search on currently within the database, which includes those examples.
Because you'll have those will be easy outliers to throw out.
Yeah, and I'm just trying.
Well, I didn't see today's email.
I had
did you
sent it in the
email
late
to-
afternoon, so to
Oh,
Julian, so
maybe.
I think it was so.
Did you CC me?
I didn't.
Okay.
I think I did it from my. Yeah, you should have it. I can
Okay.
send it to you now. But
All right.
it should be super clear, and if it's not, I'll hop on
Yeah,
a
no,
call.
that's good. And then if it's not, then I'll just have you talk to Lee.
Yeah, I really think it's a very basic thing, but it's one of those things I'd like to get a week before.
Yep, yeah.
And like end of this week, so I can spend some time on it.
Yep.
And I'll forward you the.
It was 12:22 PM.
Oh, I got it?
You sent it just to me.
Maybe just to you. I sent out, but yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll forward it to.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Okay, great.
Yeah, awesome.
okay, all right. Next, anybody else? Agenda items, okay. Any other business to come before the board? Anything? And upcoming agenda items, what are we doing with the special town meeting? Do we have any idea?
Well, yeah, I mean, what they're trying to do is solidify all of their contractors, which they almost have. They have their GC, they had a choice between 2 architects and 2 environmental companies. And I believe by this week, they should have everybody they need, or almost everybody. And then the important thing is to hire the preservationist to work with them, because none of these contractors can even begin to, give them estimates for specific types of work, because the preservationist might say, no, don't touch that window, like, no, you can't, so that's integral to get that, so that's what I've been working on. Historic New England unfortunately didn't meet on, well, they met, but they
Yeah,
didn't have
but
a
they didn't have
quorum.
a quorum.
So I went back to Albert Rex, who is very knowledgeable, and he could write the deed for us, but it's who is going to hold it. So he has an outside company that might be able to, if Historic New England, if it just doesn't work time-wise. Secondly,
Our historical society.
our historical society, not the commission, the
Right.
society, they may be able to, and they actually are meeting tonight. They've met tonight already, and, they're gonna have probably a slew of questions for me that I'm gonna, get back with Albert and get them some answers. And Albert said, they don't have to, they could hire us as like a subcontractor to go and do the annual inspections and whatnot, but it's, what they're going to ask from the town, whether it's financially or,
Whoever holds it gets some money, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's good
Yeah.
for the historical.
whoever holds it gets the money, but then they might have to pay out a sub to
Yeah.
actually do the work. Yeah.
Okay, but so are you thinking December now? You must be thinking mid-December?
Honestly, I'm just letting the cards fall, because I could say December, but maybe it'll be Springtown meeting.
Springtown meeting?
Might
It
be.
could be, right?
It seems like they
So,
don't have the same urgency to open in
Yeah.
one of 27
To
that.
me, December special town meeting seems optimistic based on your report.
yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I mean,
Our
not
luck, we
that
got a
I wouldn't have any problem with it, but just because knowing what we have to do, once all the things are set,
Yeah, right.
still lots to hustle.
Our luck, we'll have a blizzard.
That is a good.
Oh, my God.
I know,
Oh, my.
in January.
You're right.
You're already going there.
Yep.
Right,
Madam Chair,
yes,
can I move the board vote to adjourn the meeting? or-
you may.
So moved?
Motion made by Jacob, seconded, is that a second?
So moved, second?
All in favor? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Super.
Thank you.
Super duper. Super duper.
Thank you so much, Julianne.